Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this special meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
Motion to go into executive session, Mayor.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Test, test.
Council, please take your seats. Okay, we are returning from executive session. If I could have a motion to return, please.
So moved.
Motion to return is second. Please call the roll.
I'm sorry, I had. Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Quorum is established. Executive session item number 1, Jerry.
Pursuant to Section 307C.11, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the City Council convened an executive session for the purpose of conferring on matters pertaining to economic development, including the transfer of property, financing, or the creation of a proposal to entice a business to locate within the jurisdiction, the public disclosure of which would violate the confidentiality of prospective business entities. Mr. Mayor, no action to be taken.
May I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
May I have a motion and a second? Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Special meeting is adjourned. Now I want to make an announcement. We will adjourn the Water Authority meeting at 6, and it shouldn't take 5 minutes.
Convene it at 6.
Convene,
You
excuse me.
said adjourn.
Convene. I got it backwards. We'll convene at 6. It should take less than 10, probably 5 minutes. Then we'll have the city council meeting. Now, somebody showed me a post online that was instructing people that they did not have to fill out a request to speak form. That is incorrect unless it's a public hearing. The comments online were about the tent city, okay? If you want to speak on that, you will have to get a request to speak form in the lobby out here and fill it out and turn it in to the city clerk before the meeting begins. Once the gavel goes down, requests are not accepted, okay? Just want to make sure everybody understands and you have time to fill that out. Okay, and we're adjourned for about 4 more minutes. Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
A quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider approving the minutes of the June 9, 2026 special meeting. Motion to approve in a second. Please vote.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
And motion carries. Business item number 2, consider approving a resolution establishing monetary compensation and full cost recovery as determined by a current cost of service study as the standard for agreements involving water authority resources provided to external entities, establishing limited exceptions requiring express findings by the trustees of the Lawton Water Authority, preserving existing agreements, and establishing an effective date. Is the dean of the council going to comment on this?
I would just tell the council, the reason for this was that we had multiple options throughout the code on different ways we were treating outside water sales and sales in general. I looked at it a little bit and then gave it to Donna Lynn, and she worked it over pretty good. And I think the city manager looked at it also, and I would defer to him.
City manager?
Mayor, I'm comfortable with this. I did review it, and I think it's consistent with our policies and procedures.
All right, thank you. Do you want to make a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve.
We do have a second. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up item 3, consider authorizing the chairman to execute a 1-year extension of the Oshleger Park lease agreement between the City of Lawton, the Lawton Water Authority, and the Board of County Commissioners of Comanche County, Oklahoma. Larry?
Good evening, Chairman and members. I'm here to request approval of a 1-year extension for the Oshleger Park lease agreement between the City of Lawton, the Lawton Water Authority, and the Comanche County Board of Commissioners. Oshleger Park remains an important facility for youth sports, recreation tournaments, and community programming. Extending the lease will help continue operations without interruptions, and it'll give all parties additional time to evaluate future operations like right-sizing the park to meet the city's long-term recreational and gaming needs. So this extension is in the best interest of all parties, and staff recommends approval.
Okay, and I'll add that, I did go out there, and none of the kids that were using it the 2 times I were out there walked in. They were all brought in. It is a facility that's used for practice by what you might call overflow teams. Many of the first-level teams are close to the school for which they were formed, and this is teams that are made up of the people that didn't maybe make that team, and they get on an overflow team. By renewing this for 1 year, we give ample warning, and then I think ample warning that we will not be renewing on a long-term basis, and we're probably going to end up removing some of the smaller fields that are not used, some of the old buildings built before I was a kid. And, of course, the very nice new restroom would remain in those 4 fields that are well used at this time. And, of course, the county may have need for it, and we want to work with them if that comes up. So if we can get a motion for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams. Warren.
Do I have a motion for adjournment? We have multiple, please, vote. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams. Warren.
Okay, and the Water Authority is adjourned. We're going to have just a minute before we get started. Is Shannon Richardson here? Shannon, come on up, please. Sure this button's on. Come around here. Do you want to sing this way without? On here is we're trying to get worked out for a special treat. And as after we have our prayer, instead of having the Pledge of Allegiance, we're going to have the national anthem sung by Miss Shannon Richardson, who has recently won a competition for Wichita Falls and Lawton for singing the national anthem. I forgot what that was called.
It's the Star Spangled Banner. It's through Gray's Network, Channel 7.
Okay, it's Gray Network.
So now it's regional.
Okay. And now you go to regionals. Where's that?
So it's left up to the voters to get me to win that regionals and the national from there.
Okay, great. Here's the mic. Now, we've got a little stuff to go, but as soon as the pastor prays, we're going to be ready for the national anthem.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to call this regular meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Reverend Howell Timms, and remain standing for the national anthem by Shannon Richardson. Reverend.
Father God, we just come before your presence. You're an awesome God, and we just say thank you for a day that wasn't promised. We thank you, O God, that you allowed us to gather together. Father God, we stand in the gap, praying for our local and state government leaders. We pray, God, that you may have your way within their life, oh God. We pray, God, for your wisdom. Pray, God, for your strength. Pray, God, that you give them courage to do what is right. And Father God, we just come before your presence. And if there's anything in our life that is not pleasing, we want you to forgive us right now. Create in us a clean heart. As a nation and as a people, God, we have sinned against you, but we ask, God, that you have mercy and forgive us right now. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. And Shannon?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Best of luck to you as you go through the competition. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Wooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams. Warren.
Quorum is established. Bringing up item number 1, recognition of recent city retirees by the city manager.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. It really makes us happy when citizens show up and participate in your local government. So thanks for doing that. My breath is still taken away from that beautiful rendition of the Star Spangled Banner, I'll tell you. Let's give her another round of applause. That was amazing. Okay, well, we've got a couple of retirees to recognize this evening. Michelle Rosario, will you come on down? Let's give Michelle a round of applause. So come on, Michelle, come on over. So Michelle has been a staple of the city of Lawton now you started in '99, so 27 years of employment in different capacities, and my recent interaction has been with her through Arts and Humanities and all of the wonderful festivals and activities that we run. Michelle's a big part of that, and she's always got a smile, always professional, always making stuff happen. So without further ado, let me read this because her bio is pretty lengthy. And before I get into that, is there anyone special that you want to join us up here at the dais before I start reading this? Do you have any family members you want to have come up here with us? Come on up here, family. Come on up. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Does that look right? Okay. So after more than 27 years of dedicated service, Michelle Rosario is retiring with a legacy of commitment to the community, to community engagement and enrichment. Michelle began her career on November 17th, 1999, as a part-time senior service coordinator with Parks and Recreation. She transitioned to a full-time senior service coordinator role in 2007, was promoted to activity coordinator in 2013, and later served as activity center coordinator in 2022. Most recently, she has served as the Arts and Humanities Community Events and Outreach Coordinator, where she has continued to foster meaningful connections and create impactful community programs. Throughout her career, Michelle has been passionate about serving residents, supporting seniors, bringing people together through recreation, arts, and community events. Her dedication, creativity, positive influence have left a lasting mark on the organization and the community she has served. In retirement, Michelle looks forward to spending more time back home in Nashville, reopening her small business, volunteering within her community. We thank her for her years of service, wish her continued success, happiness, and fulfillment in this exciting new chapter in her life. Let's give Michelle a round of applause. So, Jason, is there anything that you'd like to add? I know that you're Michelle's supervisor, so.
And I also got Arts and Humanities staff here. We have something for you. So one thing about Michelle, so that bio is a lot about what she did within her job description. However, what our office will be losing is everything she did outside of that. That's the energy she brought to our office. That's the smile that she brought. That's the decorating for the different holidays. You know, if you've ever been in an office where you've had somebody like that, it changes the environment of the office versus where you just walk in and it's been so just quiet and there's just this absence, this void of energy that we're going to lose with our office. And so as a token of our appreciation, we got you some flowers, and we just thank you so much for your years of service with Arts and Humanities, the City of Lawton, and we thank you.
Okay, Michelle, we got a few more things for you. We got this nice certificate for you, and I was going to give you one of my coins, but I know that you've got my coin before, so I got one of the mayor's nice new spinning coins here, very fancy. So this is for you. It's some kind of wonderful coin. I stand corrected. So is there anything that you want to say for you, since you don't have any hands left?
Wow. Wow. I'm just truly grateful that I had the opportunity to work with the City of Lawton for 26 years. When I first started for the City of Lawton, I remember Roy Crouch. He said, "You're here to work. You're not here to make friends." Guess what? I made friends.
And you worked.
Yes, and I worked, and I truly am going to miss everyone within the City of Lawton, but you will see a lot of me.
One more round of applause for Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. Okay, Mr. Broderick Jackson, are you here tonight? All right, let's give it up for Broderick. Come on down, Broderick. I know you've got some family here. Broderick Jr., why don't you come down here and join us? Come on down. Come on down. Yeah, let's have them come down too. Okay, so while they're coming down, I'll go ahead and talk a little bit about you. So Broderick works in our Community Housing and Development office as a rehabilitation coordinator, and he's been in that position since 2016. He's done an amazing job, certainly leaving big shoes for someone to fill. But, you know, this is a new chapter in Broderick's life. Him and his wife are looking forward to it, and I'm going to go ahead and jump right into the bio here, because I don't want to forget anything. So after years of service, Broderick is retiring from his role as Housing and Rehabilitation Specialist with the Housing and Community Services Office, a position he has held since joining the organization on March 21st, 2016. Throughout his career, Broderick has been committed to serving the community and helping improve the quality of life for residents through housing rehabilitation programs. His professionalism, dedication, and service-oriented approach have made a positive impact on both the department and the individuals he has served. As he enters retirement, Broderick looks forward to dedicating more time to his family and personal well-being. For the past decade, he and his wife have carried a significant caregiving responsibility for a loved one, and retirement will provide an opportunity for renewal and quality time together. With their son preparing to begin his college journey, this transition marks a meaningful milestone for the family. Reflecting on his career, Broderick shares that he is grateful for the opportunities he has had, the colleagues he has worked alongside, and the support he has received throughout the years. We thank Broderick for his years of service. We wish him well and his family with much happiness, good health, and many rewarding experiences in retirement. Let's give it up for Broderick.
I'd like to appreciate the City of Lawton for being employed there 10 years. The biggest thing I'm gonna miss is having the community. There's a lot of people out there that's in dire need, and our job is to give them decent, affordable housing. I'm gonna miss that part of the job because the City of Lawton, you would be amazed at the people that we have, low-income people, and that's the biggest part of the job I'm gonna miss. So whoever takes my position, I hope they have a compassion for those people, and not only compassion for the people, just do the right thing and help everybody they can possibly help. So I will miss that part of the job, and I'll miss some of the people that I work with. I'll miss Marta, I'll miss Christy, and I'm gonna miss the job. I had more important things to do. I have to help take care of my family and some things. We've been caring for my sister-in-law for the past 10 years. She has cerebral palsy. And that's a lot of why I'm leaving, because I need to help my wife and my family, okay? Appreciate you guys.
We're gonna miss you, Broderick. Okay.
True North Award recipient.
So Shani Day, come on up. Shani, you definitely have one fan in the front there. So Shani is our contract administrator in our engineering office, and I was going to say recently, but it's actually been over the course of several years. Shani has successfully shepherded a project which was the Lee Boulevard Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Project going from 97th Street, Goodyear Boulevard, all the way to I-44. That project was actually closed out on the federal grant side. The City of Lawton received a $2 million grant, and it was closed out back in 2022. And so, Shani, I don't even think you had quite gotten to the office at that point, but as a lot of you know, with these federal grant programs, they're very bureaucratic. There's closeout, administrative closeout requirements after the fact. Certain milestones have to be met. And if you don't meet those milestones, guess what? You get to pay the money back. So it's very important that you follow those and that you stay on top of it. And Shane, even though that wasn't like her job per se, she got in and she identified that this was an issue, and she immediately started responding to requirements and helped the City of Lawton navigate kind of a difficult situation very successfully. And so that is why Shani's getting the True North Award, and let's give her a round of applause.
Okay, now we're going to have the Clean Sweep Award for All About Understanding, and it's going to be presented by Mayor Pro Tem Randy Warren. Is All About Understanding here?
Yes. Come on down. I was a little concerned because we've got this retirement stuff going on here, and the mayor come over and handed me this. I thought I was getting booted out about 6 months early. This is one of those awards that I feel like is very important because one of the things that has really, I think, changed over the last 10 years, if not less, is we've got a lot less litter in our city than we did before. And part of that is because of groups like this, All About Understanding. And they are going to be the recipient of the Clean Sweep Award. And this award goes to it's a special recognition that honors community groups and organizations that actively contribute to keeping our city clean by regularly picking up litter. It celebrates their dedication to maintaining a beautiful and welcoming environment for all residents. I think that's very important because when we look at something that's more beautiful, it gives us a better attitude. We can look at a neighborhood from one day to the next, and just simply the fact that it doesn't have as much litter as it did the day before makes us feel better about that neighborhood. And on behalf of the council and the mayor, I'd just like to thank y'all and present you with this award. Who'd like this? Do you get to talk to it?
I'm very honored to be a part of the All About Understanding group. We're a great group. We love what we do for the community. We love giving into our community. We give in what we put out. I think that's what I'm supposed to say. But we're a really good group, and I'm really honored to be a part of the group.
All right, so I want to say one last thing. We'll be real quick. Thank you very much. Everybody here is a representative of what we do, and we are a representative of the organization. One of the reasons why we wanted to do the Adopt the Streets because so many of our youth pursue community or perceive community service as a negative, whether it's through rehab or punishment. So we wanted to show them how, well, when community service is proactive and when it's there to help the community, it can be a preventative, happy, joyous event. That's what we wanted to do, change the perception. So we appreciate for the recognition. Thank you.
Allison back, Shorts in front. There we go. And block somebody. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. 3, 3, 3. Okay.
Thank you so much. Takes everybody working together for a great community. Now it's time for our reports by our mayor, city council, city manager, and our Fort Sill liaison. And before Command Sergeant Major English, I think we've already had Colonel Jay Morgan come up and speak, haven't we? But let's give him a round of applause because he was just installed, I think it was yesterday, wasn't it? But anyway, it was a great event. Great to have you. And with that, Command Sergeant Major English.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, citizens. First, we'd like to say to all of those citizens and everyone on the dais here, happy belated Father's Day from Fort Sill. Congratulations to all those recognized this evening for their service to the Lawton Fort Sill community. It's very much appreciated and very needed. Surprise to Colonel Morgan and I even that Miss Shannon Richardson was here to sing our national anthem. We've been blessed to hear her sing before, and we're blessed to have her on our team. So she, good job keeping that secret from us here, and we're incredibly proud of her. So again, Shannon, thank you for being here. I wanted to bring up Freedom Fest. I know it'll probably come up again, but just to give a little bit of information. So open to all, and we welcome, and we would like to see everyone out there this Saturday. Gates open at 1700. It'll be on the polo field. So if you're traveling from here north on 44, that's the field on your left, right before Keygate West. Keygate West and East. If you did purchase the preferred package, we are asking you to please go through Keygate West. Our MWR team will send out an email to those individuals that did, giving them directions and that information. But Keygate West, please, for preferred. Anyone else, even if you do not have the real ID, you just have a driver's license or whatever it is, please come through Gate 2. All right, everyone is welcome to the event. We'll get you, we have personnel at every checkpoint to navigate you to the parking area and to the polo field for that event. So there's the full day from 17 to a little after 2200. Many events for the family, children as well. There'll be, we have like wheelbarrow races and all that out there. There's food trucks. There's other events on the field. So full day. It'll be very enjoyable. I know we've been working with Mr. Ratliff and the other city management team to put together a phenomenal event. And again, you're all welcome, and we would hope to see you there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Councilman Warren.
Don't have a lot other than kind of a tag onto what I just spoke about with the wonderful group of people. We have streets that can be adopted. Making the neighborhoods look better is truly part of the solution. That's where it starts, because once you clean it up, it feels like you need to keep it that way. And so everybody will get out there that next day and make sure it stays that way, or we hope that they will. But I hope everybody has a wonderful 4th, and stay safe, and we'll see you afterwards.
Okay, Ms. Williams.
I tell you, the unveiling of the Dunbar Elementary School monument, it was such a joyous occasion. People came from everywhere, Ohio, Texas, Oklahoma City, just some are everywhere, and people I hadn't seen in years. Of course, I was a student at Dunbar Elementary School. I went there at the age of 4, started at the age of 4. We had it was so joyous, and we had food, fun, activities, and just where everybody was just coming together. And when we unveiled that monument of the school itself and the history, and then the principal, Mr. Lemuel Harkey Sr., I'll tell you, it was just marvelous. If you haven't got a chance to see it, the monument and the new play equipment at the Lemuel Harkey Park, I encourage you to go by and look at it. It's just a sight to see. It's on 18th and Douglas Avenue out there in the Lawton View area. And I want to give a special thank you to the Enrichment Department. They worked so hard. Thank you, Mr. Parks. Also the Media Department. Thank you, Ms. Caitlin, Mrs. Caitlin. And City Manager. And City Manager, people just still talking about the speech that you gave. It was so historic and such educational speech. And we had so many children to come, and that's why I wanted the children to come, so they'll be able to hear the history of what has happened right here in Lawton, Oklahoma. And I just want to thank you for everybody that contributed, that donated toward the cause. And you know, I'm grateful to be able to serve in this position, because when I was campaigning in 2023, there's some things that I said I was going to do, and I tell you what, it's come to fruition. And one of it was to beautify the Ward 7 area, which we've been doing, beautifying it, and you know, building homes and different things like that. You know, when we build homes, you know, more people moving in our area, and I'm just excited about that. You know, because when people come for Fiesta, guess what? They're looking for a home. So I'm glad about that. We got new homes in the Lawton View area, the Rolling Hills, and even in the area where I live, in the Oak Ridge. And it's just some things that we've done for our citizens, for us painting their homes and being able to, you know, do it for free to help them out. And that's what it's about, is helping your neighbor. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Uyghur?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we recently celebrated Father's Day and had the opportunity to recognize fathers, and we appreciate all the input that they put in our lives. And of course, we always want to encourage Dad however we can. Do you realize the second most popular holiday is Mother's Day? Father's Day, 16th. We've got some work to do, but we're working on that. And again, with our city, so thankful for the progress we see moving throughout our city with the repairs, the street repairs, and just various types of improvements. Had an opportunity this past weekend to attend the prayer breakfast for Juneteenth. I want to thank Bishop and his committee for planning that. Just a wonderful time, and it's really moving to see people in the community coming together and truly praying for our community and God's blessing upon it.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You got 3 guesses. Listen, that corn, fresh corn, is just fantastic over at the farmer's market. And I got a little pickled okra, some like that, some don't. And then my favorite is the fresh Parmesan garlic bread. My wife doesn't like it too much when she's around me after I eat it, but it is delicious. And I got to see a lot of people. My brother-in-law was down from Shawnee. He was there, and you just see a lot of people. It's just a fantastic Saturday morning to go on. I do want to mention, as I'm the chairman of the Streets and Roads Committee, that we are fixing more roads. I know that it's difficult, but we appreciate your patience as we take care of our home, as I would say. So I just drive up and down 38. That's all I do, because it is just amazing. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Demery?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I just want to encourage us to continue to support our youth. I commend all about the organization that we just recognized. You know, they have their youth out there, so let's continue to encourage our youth because they are our future. We had some Juneteenth celebrations this past weekend. Congrats to Bishop, very good celebration, and congrats to the winner of the barbecue competition, $4,000. He is my little brother, so I'm going to be asking him to borrow some money. Also, let's continue to support our aquatic center, so make sure you go get your season passes, and let's just continue to support this city. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Brown? Mr. Epps?
I'm excited because McMahon Auditorium, the construction is now over with, and we will be having our grand opening on the 8th of August to celebrate Lawton's birthday this year. That is a Saturday, so be on the lookout for more details in terms of the time, but I think everyone will be impressed with the work that has been done inside of there. So, I mean, that's just a gem for our city. So I look forward to that. Hey, the other thing I'd like to encourage is it would be nice to see an increase in voter participation. And I took a look at what the website says for Oklahoma voting, and it says you can register up to 25 days before the next election. I know everyone is busy, but I am impressed by the number of people that have come out and raised their hand and said that they want to be a part of our government. I think that if you could just take some time out, if you haven't been able to, ensure you're registered and just please come out and make the next election.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hooten?
Yeah, I had the real honor, extreme honor and privilege of going to the Dunbar unveiling last Friday afternoon. And I've told a bunch of people this, but the 5 or 6 people who spoke, and they all spoke fairly briefly, were some of the best testimonials and best examples of, you know, what a good education and a strong school system and good parents will do for you. It was really fine. I was very impressed with that. And happy 4th of July to everyone. Number 250, yeah.
Hey, and City Manager?
Colonel Morgan and Sergeant Major, thanks for letting us participate in the garrison change of command yesterday. Myself, the mayor, and Councilman Epps. Our relationship with the garrison is very important, so thank you for letting us participate in that event. That meant a lot to us. Also, I do want to echo Councilwoman Williams's remarks about and Councilman Hooten's remarks about the Dunbar Monument unveiling. And I'd like to ask Larry Parks, Kelvin Ingram, and Caitlin Gatlin to stand up because they just did an amazing job. And I want to publicly recognize them. So let's give them a round of applause. And the last thing that I have is the deputy city manager and I have been evaluating the organization a lot recently, and we've been looking at some things. And we're going to make a pretty big organizational change. So pursuant to my authority under the city charter, and that's Article C3, paragraph 3.6, which allows me to make these changes. We're going to combine what's our current public works department right now with our engineering department and our public utilities department. And so previously, about 10 years ago, those were combined. And after doing a lot of research, we feel like that model is better. It provides more unity of effort, it provides more cohesion, and that change is going to be effective the 1st of July, and so there will be more to follow about that, but I wanted to publicly make that announcement today. Thank you.
Right, thank you. A lot of great things in Lawton Fort Sill, the Freedom Festival this weekend. The next weekend is July 4th, and I like to say patriotism runs through our veins, not just on the 4th of July, but all year here in Lawton Fort Sill. And with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Ms. Williams, I forgot which number you told me you wanted to pull.
7.
Okay, we're going to pull item 7. I have no other request. Council, do you have any requests to pull for discussion? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Mayor, council, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of item number 7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. And the consent agenda passes, bringing up item 7. Consider approving a resolution regarding the intersection of Southwest Lee and Southwest 13th Street, directing staff to begin the process of removal based on the absence of MUTCD warrants for said signal. Michael.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. So this particular agenda item met the Streets and Bridges Committee on 1 June. Long story short, as part of our constant evaluation of efficiencies within the city, we do look at our traffic signals, and we try to make sure that they continue to meet the warrants, continue to meet the reasons why they were installed. When we performed a review of this particular signal at this intersection, we determined that there's not enough of a traffic count and not enough of all the warrants that were required to have that traffic signal installed. Things have moved on from that area and they no longer meet that warrant. So we are recommending that we begin the process, the phased process of the removal for this particular signal.
Questions? Did you have a question, Ms. Williams, or comment?
I have a comment. My concern is I have constituents that use that light and they're in a wheelchair. They come from 11th and Lee to go from the south side to go to the north side because it's a grocery store over there, it's a Family Dollar store, and there's other facilities over there. So that is my concern about it being removed because it is needed for them that's in the wheelchair. And without it, I'm afraid, if they're going across there, I don't want them to get hit or by a vehicle or anything.
So when we did our study on that for warrant 4, which is pedestrian volume, we did not do an exhaustive search. The times when we did search, or when were out there reviewing it, we did not notice any people with disabilities crossing the intersection. They're not saying it doesn't happen, but we didn't notice any. And then these studies that we did perform did not show that it that it met the warrant for a pedestrian volume count for that. So, of course, this is a decision that's up to the council. So, if the council would like to keep the signal there, you're more than welcome to.
This was a recommendation by the committee?
Correct. It was originally done by staff, made it to the committee, and the committee voted to recommend it to the council.
Did this issue come up during the committee?
It did not.
Okay. What do you want to, I'm sorry, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, that street actually borders our wards. I think Goodwill Village is over in that area. I'm not sure if people in the city are familiar with that. And the old discount store, now I think someone bought that out, but the old discount store is right on the other side, and a smoke shop. And a lot of those people in wheelchairs do go over there. I don't know if you need to take a look at that, but I mean, if one person in a wheelchair needs to get across there, I think that's an ADA concern. And I think it could be very dangerous, them crossing the street. I do drive over there occasionally, and there are people crossing the street that aren't even using that crosswalk like they should, and it's dangerous, I think. I would really like to keep that light there, and if there's further studies, I don't remember. I shared that, and that must have slipped through because I certainly would not have liked to see that light move. And I want to make a motion to retain that light there for safety purposes for those that live in that Goodwill area.
Okay, we have a motion to retain the light and a second. Discussion. Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 8-0. Okay, now that brings up the business items. And I have 6 requests to speak on item 40, so I think we're going to go ahead and move item 40 up. And it is the item concerning the Lawton Unhoused Trust Authority. So number 40, receive a recommendation from the Lawton Unhoused Trust Authority, LUTA, and have a discussion regarding the future use of the LUTA-owned property located at 1303 Southwest E Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma, where camping is currently allowed. Tim.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So on June 12th, the LUTA, Lawton Unhoused Trust Authority, met to discuss the future of the camp located on LUTA property. There was a discussion for about an hour. As a result of that discussion, there was a recommendation made by the committee to bring an ordinance to council that will take out an exemption, and we'll talk about that at the next item, but that's a companion item, and that would kind of open up removing the camp from this site. At the LUTA meeting too, it was also recommended that this go before council so the entire council can weigh in on the future of the camp. So that's essentially what this item is. It's a discussion item only for the council members to weigh in as to what their thoughts are for the future of the camp, and then the action item will be the companion item next.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And would Chairman Hampton like to speak?
Yes, I am the chairman of that LUTA, which is the board that was set up to run the property. I was in the process of writing policy for that, and part of the responsibility that board holds is safety. And that area is right next to a creek. That was a concern for many, especially our league department. But that area is in Ward 5. It is near feeding areas. It is near a lot of the area that the homeless live. And I want to first of all say, I talk to Captain Brindley quite often. I'm trying to decide on which part to say first. I have two major parts that I want to try to explain to the council, especially. We in the city really don't have a tent city. I know everybody thinks that is, but we don't have a tent city. And let me explain that. And I'm going to explain that by explaining to you how that area came into be, because that's a transitional area for the ministry of the Salvation Army to take chronic homeless people that have drug problems, alcohol problems, and mental illness problems. The Salvation Army has resources to take those people, place them in those programs, and get them, when they place them, they take them out of the city and place them in a area where they aren't influenced by their group of people that live here. The Salvation Army owned that piece of property. The Salvation Army wanted to deal with chronic homelessness because Captain Brindley, the person that's in charge over there, said that the Salvation Army was changing their whole process and dealing more now with homeless rather than feeding people. Captain Brindley and I talk quite often about that program over there because I'm very, very concerned about that. And one of the things he and I talked about, the difference between poverty all the way down to chronic homelessness. Poverty is a different thing. I don't know if you know about that Hearts at Cares feeding station over there. They feed people who have homes and cars. Those people are in poverty and need food. They also feed people all the way to chronic homeless people. There are people that like to be homeless and live on the streets, and then there are people that have run away from their lives so much that they are hooked on drugs, alcohol, and some of that has led to mental illness in some of them, and they need treatment on that before they can even decide to be responsible for their lives again. I'm speaking about what Captain Brindley speaks to me about and what he is actively involved in. There is an area that they've opened up, a day center over there at the Salvation Army that has caseworkers, and he tells me some of them are from the state health department. They actually have, I'm trying to think of what they say they have, but they have done paperwork, and so they know these people's names and understand them. It has got to a point where most of the people that's there who have heavy-duty drug and alcohol and mental problems don't want to move. So when they approached us, they asked us, they did not want to be liable for the property, so they asked us to take hold of the property. That is a transitional area that they move people through. They're not supposed to be there but 2 weeks. The city is not really in the business of taking care of those chronic homeless people. The Salvation Army is. The city can't take care of mental illness and drug abuse, drug problems. So they have the resources to do that. They chose to do that. They chose to partner with us. So as we move on, council, in this discussion, I want to let everybody know that indeed that is not a tent city like you think of in other cities. That is a transitional area that the Salvation Army asked us to support them in so they could deal with chronic homelessness, and they call that people who have drug, alcohol, and mental health issues. I don't want to be legal. I have some other things I want to say, Mayor, but I wanted to start the discussion off with the history of where that and why we're even involved in that area. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to invite Officer Dimmitt up. City manager's asked for him to address the council. And Officer Dimmitt is, I guess we'd say he's in charge of our homeless response, and had lots of positive comments about Officer Dimmitt when we did the Kids First program the other day. As a matter of fact, they were talking about they wish they could clone him. So there you have it, Officer Dimmitt. The microphone's yours.
All right, thank you very much. First off, I want to say I realize that the encampment area is not perfect. It's dirty sometimes. It's got people in there that have some major trauma issues that they're dealing with, whether it's mental health issues or it's addiction issues. There are a lot of different issues going on in one small area. The thing I would ask from each of you is to look at them as a person. Each one of them have a story, and with those stories come individual treatment that each one of them need. With them being in one area, it does make it a little bit easier for us to get those things to them, because if we spread and we say we're going to disband the encampment, and I can understand the reasons why you might want to, but if we disband that encampment, it's going to move all of them, and the only way I can say it is almost like a shotgun blast. They're going to go everywhere. We're going to have them on the east side, the west side, and it's going to make it harder for the resources to get to them. A lot of them that are dealing with trauma, that are dealing with issues that they're having, are not going to go to the treatment. The treatment's got to come to them. And so with it being where it's at least allows people to come to them, to reach out to them and work with them directly. If we send them all over the town, being that they can't have that place to go, it makes it very difficult for law enforcement, because we need somewhere to tell them to go. We can't just keep going out on them and saying, well, you can't be at this business. You can't be at this, behind this house. You can't be in this alleyway. We need somewhere to go with them. And so even though it's not pretty and it's not the perfect fit, the tent encampment has worked in that sense. Our numbers are down on fires. Our numbers are down on calls of service for us. We're not dealing with as many calls for service as far as it goes with the homeless. And it's allowed me to become more as a voice for them, because I'm able to build a relationship with them because we're all in one area. I'm not saying that there's not better options out there, but what we have available to us right now, I feel this is the best option for what's available right now currently in our city.
Okay, thank you for coming. Did anybody have questions, maybe? Yeah.
Officer Dimmitt, hi.
Yes.
We've worked together quite some time, and you do a fantastic job, and I
Thank you,
appreciate
sir.
your heart and your empathy and compassion for the homeless. Indeed, that helps a lot. Love covers a lot of areas. But you and I have discussed some of the homeless issues, and because a lot of them we don't see anymore. We see some of them at nighttime coming in dealing with businesses, and we've been dealing with those issues. But you and I had a discussion about squatters, and there's somebody in the audience right here that had, they said probably 10 to 15 squatters move into a house of an older lady. They're in the audience right here, I won't point them out. But they moved into a house with an older lady, and she had had brain surgery or something like that, and it was some time before her family member came to visit them, and by the time they came and visited them, the person said that they heard noise outside, and there was a big dumpster in front of her house, and the son had come in and was throwing all of this stuff out, and they had went in there and pretty much took over that. I did some studies, and that's a big problem in a lot of communities, believe it or not, squatters. My wife told me she works with a lady that grew up in a family that was squatters, and now she works for the IRS. she always says that she doesn't know how to eat and carry on, at a dinner table with people, but I regress. There was a house that you were telling me about where the homeless had went in, took over the house, boarded up and made little cubicles in the house, were renting the spaces to other homeless people, got plastic storage sheds like at home, and had people living in the backyard also. I bring this up to just say that as another aspect, because I think that we have to understand that the homeless community tends to be very resourceful, and a lot of the houses, this is not necessary, but a lot of the houses that I have tore down have burned because homeless people have taken over. I want to tell you just one real quick story. I had a family with a dog and a cat move into a house that the windows were all out. I went over to them. The house was on D&D. I asked them, "What are you guys doing?" They said, "We rented this house." And I said, "Well, who did you rent this house from?" Because I know the house was on D&D. I put it on there. The plumbing had already been pulled out. It was about to be tore down. And I told them, "This house is about to be tore down. I don't know who you rented from." All of a sudden, another homeless guy comes running up and says, "What are you doing? I own this house. And I rented this house to them." And I said, "You don't own this house, sir?" He said, "Yeah, I did. I went down and paid the taxes on it." So he thought that if he went and paid the tax on it, that he owned the house, and he rented it to this other family. I know that a lot of you don't really have to deal with all that, but I'm running around my ward, probably just the tip of the iceberg, dealing with these things. But I just want to say, we did that discussion about that. I wanted to just let people know that we had that discussion because I think that there are some real issues that we have to deal with. Let me read a statement real quick. I was done with that question. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right.
I was going to read a statement that Captain Brinley actually wrote, because he and I talked about this and where we're going from here. Just a second. I'm trying to have too much tech here. So just a second. This is the statement that he gave me because I was asking him where he was at in support of this because of how we had teamed up together with the Salvation Army and the series. He says, due to serious safety concerns, including environmental risks such as flooding, we recognize that this holding area may soon be closing. Salvation Army has maintained detailed case notes and individualized life plans for each person living in the tent city throughout this process. We want to reassure both the public and the city council that help is available to anyone who desires it. For those ready to make a change and transition off the street, we provide access to drug and alcohol treatment programs with transportation available. For individuals who are drug-free, employable, opportunities and wide range of supportive resources are also in place. It is important to emphasize that the majority of individuals in the transition area have been engaged with the Salvation Army for a year or more. We remain committed to continuing our support, offering resources and walking alongside each person with the hope that they will choose to accept help when they are ready. No one has to remain on the streets unless they choose to. Case management and mental health services are consistently available, and every necessary resource to move forward has been put in place. The path to change is open. Individuals simply need to come forward and accept that help that is available. The Salvation Army feels confident as we move into the second phase of homelessness that we can collaboratively influence homelessness in Lawton. Thank you, Mayor.
That was the Salvation Army, Captain Brindley?
Yes, yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going to go to public comments. We have a 9-minute time. I need to explain this a little bit. The rules of the council are 9 minutes of public discussion per any one item. And we had 6 people sign up. Used to, we just let 3 talk 3 minutes. But we've been dividing the 9 minutes by the number of people, so at least everybody gets to say something. So that's going to be a 1.5 minutes per speaker, okay? And yeah, if all of you would go ahead and move down to the front row, it'd help us save a little time. And I'm just going to give these in the order that they were given to me. And the first speaker will be Ann, and please forgive me if I butcher your names.
It's
intentional.
Wexstaff.
Wexstaff. Okay,
Thanks.
thank you, ma'am. And I've got your address and phone, so you can go ahead and speak.
Oh, Lord. And this is my prayer for the people without a home. It is an atrocity to mentally compose how I feel about the situation facing a town that's blind to those people who have no voice. Will we have celebrated our moral and temporary victories of taking out the trash and just saying it's, oh, if they could be like me, moving on up, now we gossiping? Lord, why am I clapping when I choose to be homeless? My God, someone said, I have a mental illness. Lord, please help me. A citizen that mows lawn on Saturdays, raises a family, teach my neighbors morals. I will not celebrate what can never happen again. For those who will die, unknown and unnamed in Lawton, very own Tent City. Let's say a silent prayer for Tent City. Yes, I did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that brings up Hendricks. And I'm sorry I can't read the first name. Yeah, come on up. And you're on 57th Street? All right. Thank you. And you have a 1.5 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much. Mayor Booker, Council, City Manager. My name is Zebediah Hendricks. I stand here to recognize the incredible difficulty of the job you do. You are balancing an endless list of needs against a finite amount of resources. There are organizations here to help us in this struggle, but we find that at times it is difficult to meet our goals. Excuse me. I see item 41 on the docket, excuse me, on that one again, that was on item 41. On the camping on the Luda land, I understand that order that's coming up, and I'll move along from that. I've blocked up. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. All right, here we go. I'm here to propose a force multiplier. The city cannot do this alone, and you shouldn't have to. This is our responsibility as well. These are our siblings. These are our daughters, mothers, brothers, sons, and friends out there in the street with us. And every day they are in front of our businesses and walking the sidewalks. In just the last few days, I have secured 3 local businesses committed to a new initiative, a sweat equity pilot program that I hope to finalize and bring in a final form to the City Council. We as the citizens have to stand up and help the city solve this problem. It is up to us. We have to do this with the city, not against the city, not with emotional grievances, and not in front of council pretending that crying about it's going to get something done. We need to go out and recruit fellow citizens, business owners, and people from the streets and from the city itself to help organize a pathway to a secure home.
I'm sorry, sir, your time is up. Okay, thank you for coming. And Pavlino Veracruz. Yes, sir. You have a 1.5 minutes, sir.
Fellow council members, Mayor Booker, City Manager, Lawton residents, and neighbors, good evening. Tonight on items 40 and especially 41, you're being asked to decide the fate of 17 of our own neighbors at 1303 Southeast Avenue, Tent City, the engaged community owned by the Lawton Unhoused Trust, LUTA. Item 41 would approve an ordinance amending section 16-3-2-202 by deleting the exclusion of LUTA-owned land from the definition of other real property. Apply the anti-camping ban anywhere, add severability, and declare an emergency. I stand here passionately, urgently, reject that deletion, give more time, expand LUTA, and invest wherever it takes in showers, toilets, flood fixes, and real services focused on chronically homeless who have deep roots right here in Lawton and Fort Sill. We can defeat every objection with smarter solutions instead of scattering people into hiding. Let me lay this out by the full story, the better path. In late 2024, this council passed the anti-capping ordinance, smart policy that directed to help offer Battle First. Salvation Army Captain Brian Brindley answered the call. I'll move on forward. LUTA could shield everyone from lawsuits while services continued. LUTA was literally built for this moment, to manage, not abandon. Now 41 would erase that very exception that was created. I say, why not fix the risk instead of erasing the only safe place these folks have? Let's expand LUTA into a true managed, safe outdoor community and give 90 to 180 days to implement proven upgrades. Every argument for deleting this exclusion falls apart when we choose solutions. It's unsafe beside the canal. Fix it. Liability and maintenance are too much. Fix it. It costs too much and might attract more. No matter the cost, human dignity is not optional. Screen for long-term Lawton and Fort Sill residents, first cap capacity, pair everyone with housing plans, and deepen Lawton-Fort Sill partnerships. It's not permanent. Exactly. It's a structured transitional hub with Salvation Army's Day Center expanded on on-site treatment and daily progress.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Time. Okay, thank you for coming. Robert Brooks.
First, I want to thank you for giving the public an opportunity to speak. There's a lot of councils that don't do that, so thank you. And I want to echo the fact that there are many cities that have made it illegal to be homeless. And like the officer said earlier, that just flushes people out. It doesn't solve the problem. I'm just here to remind the council and the community of Jesus' 10 wishes. The first wish was to love God with all your heart, to love your neighbor, to seek justice, love, and mercy, to walk humbly with God, to forgive as you've been forgiven, as we've all been forgiven, to welcome strangers as you're doing now, and to speak truth with light, with love, I'm sorry. And then number 7, care for the poor and the vulnerable. To choose peace over hatred and to be a light to the world. And that's what I'm asking you to do as a council and as a community. Use what you've started building to be a light, to be a roadmap to other communities of how to help the poor and the vulnerable in your homeless community. Because I don't know how many of you have been out speaking with these people, but I've actually been in this camp that they call. There are people there receiving Social Security benefits, but it's just not enough to get by. There are people who have serious mental health issues. And I want to thank you. I'll leave it at that,
All right.
but thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Michael Flood. Michael Flood, did I say it right? Floyd, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for letting me get up here for one thing. I wanted to address y'all, but I wanted to address everybody here as well. I'm with God Against Hunger Disaster Service Relief, but we also feed the homeless. And I was called to come to Lawton, to Tent City. They call it Tent City, that's how it's recognized. So I came over here just to visit, to see if it was safe for our people to come in. And I brought 14 people back from our church to take care of these people. And I'm going to be kind of their voice. But there's mothers there that have gotten divorced, that were left on the street. They had nowhere else to go. There's military folks there that's not making enough money to go anywhere. If you take this Tent City away, you've taken away really the hub, kind of like the police officer said. That's kind of where they're congested. And I would invite any of you, all of you, to walk through there before you vote against it, the Tent City leaving it there, because and have an open heart, because I come to represent our God and Jesus Christ, and that's where the compassion on me comes, to help everybody. It doesn't matter if you're sleeping in a warm bed. It doesn't matter if you're looking at crack houses that's been burnt down, that are going to get burnt down anyway, or you get a long sheet that says that they're going to help, they're going to help, they're going to help. Don't believe everything you say, Mr. Hampton, because they're still there. They're getting a little bit of help, but they're not getting the help, and that's where the city needs to step in. If they want to fix the problem, don't put it off on somebody else by getting rid of the problem. It's started 30 years ago when the mental institutes got drawn back on the funds.
I'm sorry,
and now
sir.
they're dumped on the streets.
We're out of time. Thank you
Okay,
for
thank
coming. Okay. And that brings up Brenda Spencer Ragland.
Mayor, City Council, thank you all for what you do each and every day, and thank you for what you do for this community. I don't like Tent City. That's what it's called. Whether we call it an encampment or Tent City, I don't like it. But I would ask that we kick this can down the road, that we table this issue, and allow the unhoused trust authority to work with every nonprofit in this community, to include C. Carter Crane, Catalyst, and all that deal with homeless each and every day, to come up with a viable solution. I have walked Tent City. I know the individuals in Tent City. In fact, I have 2 individuals with me right now today. One of them, sir, was homeless for 10 years. He now walks into my office every month, and he drops off $100 to help pay the utility to keep our shelter open. Jonathan? Robert will transition after 16 medical appointments. He will transition this Friday to a permanent home. Robert is not the man he was when we picked him up in August. Give us time to work this solution. Lawton, Oklahoma has the opportunity to become the model for the nation on how we treat the least of these. Give us the authority, give us the opportunity to come back to you with facts, alternatives, and recommendations, and a course of action, sir, that you and this council that believes in this community can make an informed decision on. Thank you.
So, Ms. Ragland, Brenda, would you come back up? I got a few questions for you. I know you do a lot with the homeless, and we appreciate what you do with C. Carter Crane. And I noticed a post where you were out there the other day. Were you able to help any of those people?
I'm working with one, and one is an unfortunate situation. The young man I recognized, he has fallen on medical issues. His parents died. He is in Tent City, and I'm going to be helping him. He wants help. I have another one that went through drug and alcohol counseling, sir. She went through the counseling, went into sober living, fell back on some hard times through some mental. She says, I've interacted with her twice here this week. She
So
says, I will be ready.
So unfortunately, we don't have time for all the details. I know they're personal stories. I get it.
Yes, we can help, sir.
But the council's probably going to be here till 11 o'clock tonight, so we need to respect that too. Do you think, I think a community solution is great. That's what it's all about, because the city
Absolutely.
is not the supplier of homeless services, and that's been very clear for a long time.
Yes, sir.
But the city does support, as a matter of fact, what's been going on is the city has been supporting the Salvation Army's efforts. Then arises the flooding problem, as well as some other issues. But do you think that you could get with your community service organizations and maybe come up with a solution in 30 days? Is that reasonable?
I would request 60 days because there's an opportunity there that absolutely exists, and it's been proven in other states. And we have the competency in this community. We need to build on the collaboration. I believe that we have the support from the City Council to do just that. Sir, we have a young lady, and I know you said no more personal stories, but we had a young lady that we pulled out of Tent City that was 9 months pregnant. Matt Dimmitt brought her to me. Matt Dimmitt brought her. She had that baby at Memorial Medical. She's in treatment now, and she's succeeding in life. We can do that for all.
Well, thank you. We want programs. Now, my impression is that the Salvation Army is the only one that I'm going to use the word systematically, works with what we call low barrier individuals, which is my impression of mostly what's at Tent City. Are you and other groups willing to work with low barrier individuals?
Absolutely. We must at this point, because what has happened has not taken hold, and we cannot have Salvation Army and the city at odds. We have got to come together as a community to resolve this complex issue.
I'm not aware we are at odds. The statement that was read didn't sound like we were at odds, but thank you. I like 30 days better, but 60 is certainly aiming us towards a solution. Thank you for coming.
Thank you,
Now,
sir.
council, you know, you guys are welcome to discuss this. Seems to me like 60 days. I'm a little worried about the flooding issue, but the 60 days to get a solution, and it's a community solution. I like that. So I'll throw it at you. Mr. Warren.
I was just going to say that, you know, I kind of agree. I'm a little worried about 60 days. I would like to see at least a progress report at 30. If the council is leaning towards 60, I'd like to at least see a progress report at 30, because I really don't want to go 60 days and then find out that we didn't really make any headway and we're no different than we were. If we're going to find that out, I want to find that out in 30 days so we can. I'm always cognizant of what can happen to the voters, the citizens of Lawton, if something happens now that the council is been made aware of the issues with that creek. Before, we had the ability to say, we didn't know that there was a problem there. We know there's a problem there now. So if something were to happen 2 weeks from now and somebody gets killed because we went ahead and let people stay there, that's going to be on the citizens of Lawton. So I think that's something we got to keep in mind. We got to keep it.
They've already died. They've already been dying. We've already had a year to fix it.
So hold on just a minute. The council needs to discuss now, okay? Let's let the council discuss.
I just think it's important that we make headway as fast as possible.
Okay, and I'll tell you what we're going to do, because everybody's probably got something to say. We're just going to come down the line. So, Ms. Williams, you're next.
I'm in agreement. I am in agreement with what Ms. Spencer Regland has suggested. I'm actually, when we was in the Unhoused Authority meeting, I guess it's been about a year ago. Somebody correct me, it's been about a year ago, Councilman Hampton, when we first started this committee.
In August a year ago.
Yes. In fact, I'm the one that had suggested about the tents, instead of people being all over the city of Lawton. I agree with what you're saying as far as the 60 days, but I do have the concern, as Councilman Warren has stated, about the flooding. Well, what we do on that, we pray it don't happen. But I do believe that we all can work together as far as trying to resolve this situation. And I think 60 days is adequate.
Okay, and Mr. Uyghur?
Thank you, Mayor. I think as I'm listening to the conversation that's been taking place, I love how Jesus has been brought up numerous times, but Jesus also taught that the poor are with you always. You're never going to solve poverty. That is just a reality. Like it or not, the poor you will have you with always. Jesus is the only one we don't have with us always, every day here in the flesh. But praise God, that'll come soon. But regardless, we have a responsibility that we have to assume because we do bear our own burdens as well as bearing burdens for those that have not chosen to live up to their responsibilities. There are obligations we assume, there are risks that are created, and the individuals won't be receiving those risks as much as everyone else who's attempting to help. And those liabilities ultimately fall on the taxpayer, who are ultimately going to carry the load of this. Again, yes, all about compassion, but compassion and stewardship, again, are not enemies. I believe we owe it to the unhoused, but at the same time to the citizens to understand really what we're looking at and what is the best solution. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do want to bring out one other issue that needs to be brought out. I have citizens in my ward that are being accosted and abused by homeless also. They do not feel safe, and they are having to deal with people in their, coming on their property, defecating, tearing up things, burning houses, a number of other issues that are going on. You know, many of the people that are in here probably support doing something for the homeless that is compassionate, but public safety is a thing that I have to deal with, and there's always two sides. And when somebody is, I have an email from a lady that talked as long as my arm, that is upset about those people being around her children in that neighborhood. She is upset about her property value being affected in her neighborhood. She lives right in that area. I have people that are dealing with homeless people that are going on their property and doing a number of things. I'm not bringing this up to say that one way or the other what has to be done, but I am saying that this is a much bigger issue than just helping. There are people that Brenda has helped, and I appreciate everybody doing. Listen, I've toured some of the facilities and looked at other things. I think that it's great that people have compassion. I run a Christian radio station. I don't really say this much, and nobody probably here knows that, but when I got a divorce after 2 years of marriage as a young man, I left my wife everything. We had a child, and I had no resources, and I was homeless. I was taking a bath out of a 5-gallon bucket. So if you want to sit there and think nobody has compassion because they don't understand, just because you look at somebody and think that they don't understand as much as you do, don't judge other people like that, please. Because I do have compassion for these people, and I may understand more of what they're going through than even you do when I go and talk to these people. And I go and talk to them. And I talk to them like they're human beings, just like anybody else. I just say that to tell you, I do have compassion for these people, but it's a multifaceted thing that I need to do. Also, I have a degree in behavioral science. I worked in that field for quite some time. I do respect what the Salvation Army is doing. They are not publicizing their story as much as some in this room are, but they have had a lot of success, and I really, really respect what they're doing over there. I would ask either all of you, even you, sir, that pointed my problem out, that you go down and talk to Captain Brindley and take a look at what he's doing. In that camp, just real quickly, in that camp, there are drug dealers in that camp that are selling people drugs. You talked about the money there. There are people there that have mental problems. There are people there that just want to be homeless. Inside that camp, there are cross sections of people that you can identify that are in different groups. And in dealing with those people, the Salvation Army is looking at each one of those groups, and Captain Brinley and I talk about that. Is he fixing the whole homeless problem? No, but he's doing like Brenda's doing and helping one or two people. The lady that she talked about was pregnant. Captain Brinley told me about that story before I even heard it here. He was a part of that story also. So I just want to say that this is a multifaceted side. I do want you to understand that we as council people have to provide public safety. And that flooding issue there is not a good situation. And I, for one, do not want to retrieve a body of somebody that flooded because they didn't have the mental capacity, they were high on drugs, or they were drunk, and a flash flood come through there and washes them away. I have had, this last thing, I have had a gentleman sucked under I Avenue, and they found his body out on the other side of town. I have had in my ward someone die just recently that everybody knows that drove into the thing. So this flooding issue is a extremely, extremely important thing to me as Ward 5 councilman, because I have had death from flooding in my ward. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Demery.
Yes, this is a systemic problem. It's not going away tonight. I've listened to all the conversations. It's a problem if we move them. It's a problem if we don't. I thank you, Ms. Ragland, for your suggestion of getting all the community resources together under the Homeless Action Committee. And I support that, but we do need, I think 60 days is good, but maybe 30 days, we do need some type of report to just make sure that you're making headway with this. But yes, it is a problem, and we need to do something. We need the whole community. We just can't do it on our own as a council. We need all community resources involved. So please, if you have a resource, or if you know of any resources to help alleviate this problem, please reach out to Ms. Ragland. She's always on TV, so you have her information, and you know where she is. Thank you.
Mr. Bram.
Yeah, I think it's fundamentally bad policy to make a change of this nature without having an alternative to either close it, move them, or something. So right now, we're just unilaterally going boom, creating other problems with second, third order effects. I think 60 days to come back with a 30-day, just a rough update would be sufficient.
Mr. Epps.
I'll try to be brief because I think everyone's said quite a bit. What I'll tell you is some of us I've walked the ground down there, and I've had the opportunity to talk with individuals that are there. And I got to tell you, I don't know how you could walk through there and not have a tear well up in your eye. Just don't know how you could do it. And I think that us as a community holistically are better than that. I think that we can come together and find something, a better solution than what we have. I don't know the solution. I'm not an expert in this area. So I do welcome the opportunity, I think, to bring together some of the resources and have some of the people that are leading in this area that know a little more to kind of come up with some ideas. I like the idea of 30 days with let us know where you're at. Maybe we can help with any friction points, who knows, and then 60 days. But I do think we need a solution. Now, having said that, I do view things in terms of risk, and because the risk has been brought up a lot. And so I'll throw this question out. It doesn't have to be answered right now, but maybe city manager or someone could address it. Have we gone through a raining season and that whole area is flooded out, and it's you know, we've had to go pull someone out of there? Like, what's the risk going forward to the city? Because I think we do have to consider risk, but I just wonder, in the amount of time that the encampment, however you want to term it, has been in existence, have we gone through a season where there was a lot of excessive rain or something? So I'm just curious. And then is there risk if we disperse them and then they go to other areas where there could be flooding? I don't know, I'm just tossing some things around, but I support what you're saying. We're going to talk risk, good.
Councilman, up to this point, we have not had any water rescues in that area within the last 18 months. So I can't speak any deeper than that just from the hit, but in 18 months, we have not.
Do we know of any, have we gone through a season of flooding during that 18-month period that there would have been an issue?
We have, that area does border some of the known flood-prone areas. In town, it is a part of the flood-prone map. So it does it does flood very close to that. But up to this point, we have not had anything the last 18 months.
Oh, okay, so that sounds like to me, don't let me put words in your mouth, but it sounds like to me that we can reasonably do 60 days and we'll probably be okay. I mean, you can't guarantee anything, but
there's only one man upstairs that we've talked about tonight that knows what this weather's going to do, and I'm not going to step out there and make that claim, but I do know that if we do have issues, we'll be there and we'll do our very best.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Mr. Hooton.
Yeah, this is Brenda, a monster problem for you, for everyone, and I think the 60-day proposal that's sort of floating around here is a great way to go about it. We want to be human to the people who are, less well off than the rest of us and have all kinds of problems. But also, what I want you to, if you could, include this in your report is something about the safety of the people in the neighborhood there. What can we do to help those folks? Because that's real. And a flood is one thing, but, a child being hurt or an adult being hurt, by someone who's not in the right state of mind, that's, to me, that's a bigger risk right now than the flooding. But, I think it's a great approach and maybe as good as we can do, given this problem, this multifaceted problem. Geez, tough.
All right, Mr. Hampton, did you want to address something?
Yes, I did. We really haven't had a catastrophic flood since we put that place in there. I mean, as Ward 5, we've had some pretty devastating floods over there. And all it takes is one. I'm amazed at the weather this year. It's June, and we're still getting rain. I appreciate the chief and input, and I'm glad that we haven't had any issues over there. I'm okay, I think, with making a plan for 60 days, maybe 45 I like better, but no matter what plan we make to give you guys time to deal with that, I think that it's important that the LUTA board knows that there is a plan taking place and there is progress. So, I mean, whatever plan there is, I think halfway through, there needs to be some type of reporting or something that we're assured that the word risk has been there. And like I said, you guys are talking to me now, but I'm going to have people calling me telling me that they're not happy with the fact that we didn't remove that camp. So I am not trying to be hard about it, but I am going to be responsible for all of my constituents. And that's not an easy task, but I'm going to do my best to make sure that I answer all of their needs, the ones that are for and the ones that are against. Do we want to wait on a motion then?
No, I'd love a motion.
I make a motion that we give, who's going to spearhead this? Brenda, are you spearheading this? 60 days. We want to bring back that in 30 days to see what progress has been made. So I think there has to be a starting point as to you guys having a plan of action, and I think that plan needs to be kind of brought to us to let us know what that plan is, so it is measurable. it is important to understand that, let's pray that nobody gets hurt over there, and no.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay. Now we'll go to some discussion, and Mr. Epps had asked to speak, and Mr. Warren had asked to speak. Mr. Epps.
Just something to consider, and maybe it's a friendly amendment, because Mr. Hooton brought something that triggered a thought, and Councilman Hampton, you addressed it as well, which is the public safety piece of this. And so, you know, as we walk through there were some concerns with the people in there in terms of safety. So I just wonder, as a friendly amendment, could we ask the police department or ask John to look at how we could address that a little bit? That's just what I offer. There were some safety concerns, talking with some people that are in the encampment, and
Are you talking about safety to the neighborhood?
safety to the neighborhood and with those that are there.
Okay, so what you're asking, would he accept a friendly amendment that the plan that comes up address safety to the neighborhood wherever this ends up? Because I don't think it's going to end up on this flood-prone site.
Sure, I agree. What I would say is while the plan is being developed, and I don't know if that looks like Captain Dimmitt's able to flex like someone else on the off hours, or I don't know what it looks like, but I think while it's sitting there, there are safety issues that need to be somewhat addressed.
Okay. City Manager, you got that part?
I do, Mayor.
Thank you. I like the idea of the plan including safety for the area that this ends up, or that is recommended that it end up. And hold on just a minute. We've really finished with public comment, and this is time for the council. Now, Mr. Hampton received a text from Captain Brindley he needs to read, then we're going to go to Mr. Warren.
Captain Brindley, I guess he's watching. Hello, Captain Brindley. Appreciate all you do. He said, yes, it flooded last year and we lost 3 tents.
Okay, Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to mention, while we're looking at this and coming up with a plan, as I see this on social media and just in conversation around town, you know, the mission is we're going to get the 501c3s, the nonprofits, to work together to solve this problem, because the city can't be involved in that part of it. We can help get those entities together, but we can't be a part of the solution. We're not going to house the homeless. That's not our mission. And we need to make sure that, because what invariably happens on social media and in conversations is before it's over, somebody's talking about, well, the city needs to do this, thus, and so to make this. And the plan is going to be a non-starter if it comes back needing the city to participate in any way other than helping the groups stay together and to form the plan.
Well, thank you for saying that, because that's very important, and I would like to recommend that the plan that comes back fit into the Kids First Homeless Action Plan, because it outlines the city's role. Would you accept that friendly amendment?
I would accept that.
Okay, and Ms. Williams, do you want to speak?
I just believe and I have faith that everything is going to work itself out. And while you're standing there, Ms. Brenda Spencer Ragland, I want to thank you for everything that you do. Thank you because you have that homeless shelter in Ward 7, and you took over it. Thank you for taking care of the people here in the city of Lawton. Thank you so much.
Comments?
Yes, Mayor. We do thank you, Brenda, but also I want to thank the Salvation Army for what they do. And if you would allow them to be inclusive in this was their property. I'm sure you will, but it goes without saying that I think it's important that they had a program over there working and that whatever resources they have, I don't want those to be left out of the whole plan.
Okay, so the motion, if I've got this wrong, you guys correct me, is a 30-day update, a 60-day final plan, community working together, fitting it into the Kids First, which defines the city's role. And any final plan that's presented must address neighborhood safety, as well as neighborhood safety being addressed by the city manager for the current location. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
All right, let's vote.
When are we going to hear their plan?
Well, it'll be is it second meeting of July is the first 30 days, second meeting of August?
60 days is August 22nd, because July has 31 days.
Okay, well, we got to go to the
And that's a
meeting.
Saturday, and August 25th is the second meeting in August. So
Okay, so the 30-day, really what we're talking about is this is second meeting of June, so we're going to say second meeting of July, which is July 21, okay? Then the second meeting of August is the 25th. That'll be the 60-day number. Not exactly 30 and 60. Everybody got it? Let's vote. Motion carries 8-0. Okay, and there'll be no need to deal with item 41. I'm going to go Okay, the chamber apparently has a lot of people here, so we're going to go with item 38. Receive a report from the Lawton Fort Sill Chamber of Commerce regarding Convention and Visitors Bureau activities and performance measures. Matt.
Thank you. There are two sides of the Lawton Fort Sill Chamber organization. The chamber side operates through membership sponsorships, private events.
Matt, can we just hold on for a second so people can hear better?
John, I was trying to hurry up. Did you see that?
Well, I appreciate that, but I think people want to hear your presentation.
Go. Okay. There are two sides of the Lawton Fort Sill Chamber organization. The chamber side operates through membership, sponsorships, private events, and other business-related revenue. The Convention and Visitors Bureau, the CVB side, focus on tourism, public events, and destination marketing, and is funded through the hotel motel tax revenue. Today, we're here to discuss the CVB side of the organization. If you're here from the board or staff, please stand. I know I have some future board members out there and current board members and staff over there. We really do appreciate you being here. Thank you. And can I have Natasha Klugman and Jamie Sutherland up here to give the presentation? Thank you.
And there's all our lovely pictures. Okay, this year, tourism continued to be a strong economic driver for our community. Through our events, meetings, sports tourism, and visitor attraction efforts, we generated more than $413,000 in hotel revenue, produced over 4,100 room nights, and delivered an estimated $1.24 million in total economic impact. These dollars support local businesses, create growth opportunities, and help strengthen Lawton Fort Sill's economy.
We have invested $45,000, potentially up to $60,000 in conference recruitment efforts. These recruitment efforts are projected to generate 777 up to 1,622 additional hotel room nights. And the expected hotel-only economic impact from recruited conferences is $87,000 up to $170,000. We have also invested $116,000 in event funding support for 23 events that have been hosted in Lawton Fort Sill. Through the funding support we were able to provide, we saw 4,181 room nights and a hotel-only economic impact of $413,000. Speaking of conference recruitment success, the CVB has submitted 6 conference bids during this fiscal year, the strongest recruitment year in the last 5. Out of those 6, we have secured 4, with 1 additional bid still pending. We have successfully secured CMAO, OGIA, the 2028 Oklahoma Museums Conference, and our pending bid is the National Ambucks Conference, which would be very exciting for our community to host as well. The continued growth in conference recruitment is strengthening Lawton Fort Sill's reputation as a meetings and events destination. Again, thanks to the hotel motel tax dollars, the CVB has been able to financially support 23 events hosted right here in our community. We are proud to support events that make Lawton Fort Sill a great place to live, visit, and do business. More events means more visitors, means more economic impact.
Our visitation numbers tell a very encouraging story. Over the past 5 years, average monthly visitation has grown nearly 40%, reaching more than 112,000 visitors per month. We now welcome approximately 1.4 million trips annually, representing about 300,000 additional visits compared to 5 years ago. This growth reflects the success of our marketing efforts, event recruitment, and continued investment in promoting Lawton Fort Sill as a destination. While we celebrate this year's successes, we are also focused on the future. We hosted international travel agents through our FAM tour program, expanded relationships with tour operators and group travel planners, getting tongue-tied there, and we explored opportunities to improve visitor accessibility and transportation. These efforts are designed to increase awareness of our destination and create sustainable tourism growth for years to come.
And I also wanted to mention the successfully restored and executed 2026 Armed Forces Day Parade, a cherished community tradition. We welcomed approximately 5,000 attendees and participants. The parade featured 70 parade entries, 200 plus military personnel, and over a dozen military equipment vehicles. We were able to coordinate a safe and successful event through the collaboration with Fort Sill, the City of Lawton, LPD, fire, volunteers, and many community partners. Thank you to everyone that helped make this event possible. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Okay. I just told the attorney we were going back to the agenda in order, but it seems appropriate to jump to the hotel motel, which is 39. Receive and discuss funding recommendations concerning the city's hotel motel tax fund, and receive direction to adopt, modify, or revise said recommendations concerning the staff's FY27 hotel motel tax recommended expenditure list. Chandra.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. The proposed hotel motel tax for fiscal year 2027, this is on our projected revenue for fiscal year 2027. It's $3,061,242. The proposed funding for the Chamber of Commerce, $811,190. For the LEDC, $443,461. Hotel Motel Economic Development Fund, $838,000. For tourism, and then the breakdowns at the bottom, $451,100. The Lawton Enhancement Trust Authority, $140,000. Short-term rental software, $52,000. Hotel motel lodging tax reimbursement, $325,491. I do have one amendment to make, so whenever we get to discussions, but on the June 10th, there was, the requested funding was $46,000. We are still proposing the funding amount of $15,000. Any questions?
Okay, Bishop tried to explain to me what he wanted me to say, and I don't remember it. So I'm going to ask Bishop to come up here and talk about the Juneteenth line, because I don't want to get it wrong. Come on down, sir.
Is that the one I just talked about?
Yes.
Right. So
yeah,
it's-
but he had something he wanted to say.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. First, thanks for everyone's participation with the Juneteenth event and for what this council and the city has done. That is correct. We did request $46,000, and through whatever error on today, it ended up saying $20,000. However, I talked to the mayor, and I was asking the mayor, would we be locked into that $15,000 that is being proposed? And the way the mayor explained it to myself is that if there were additional funding, my request was that the council would not lock us in, and he said he did not think that we would be locked in if there were additional funding. Our entity could come and request a look at additional funding, but he also made it clear that if we did not meet expectations or projections and entities needed to be cut, that would happen as well. Did I say that right, Mayor?
Correct. You did. You did great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And so I do have a question, Chandra. I don't remember awarding the $500,000 economic development last year. Did we do that? Is there a fund of economic development building up?
Which, I'm sorry, sir, which,
Okay.
line 3?
Yeah.
Yes.
There is a fund building up?
Building up? I'm gonna have to look into
I
it.
don't remember, did we award the $500,000 last year? We've always held a reserve amount, and I don't see anything in here about reserve amounts.
No, we did not, Mayor, and the $838,000 that's on the next line at the top of the slide is the current balance, and the Deputy Finance Director confirmed that to us several weeks ago.
Okay, I see that now. It's added in at the top.
Yes.
I got you.
So
Okay.
the
I understand
500,000 is
now.
carried
Is there-
over.
I'm sorry?
The 500,000's carry over.
Okay, questions? Seeing no questions, can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve in a second. Discussion? Please vote. Okay, motion passes 6-1. Bringing up item 34, consider holding a public hearing to receive citizen comments approving the amendment to the FFY 2021 City of Lawton Home ARP allocation plan and authorizing the mayor to execute any required documents needed to facilitate the reallocation of the funds. Christie.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
First of all, I want to say I'm presenting for Robert Burns, who is out tonight. So I hope I can answer as many questions as you have, but forgive me if I can't, and I will get you answers if we don't have them. But as you may remember, back in '23, the City of Lawton approved the allocation of the 2021 Home ARP funds. The Home ARP funds were a kind of a one-time deal with the American Rescue Plan, and that was geared towards helping homelessness or individuals that may be facing homelessness. And so at that time,
Christine, just one moment. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a little bit of a technical issue. So in the last agenda item, it showed on the board the vote was 6-1. Randy, I think you gave a thumbs up. Is that correct? So the vote for the last agenda item, the record should reflect that it was 7-1. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
No, that's fine. And then, based off of the approval back in March of '23, funding agreements were issued to the Lawton Support Services and to Quest. And so that left a remaining balance of $300,000 that was not allocated at that time. And so tonight's item is to allocate that $300,000 so it can be spent in accordance with the Home ARP guidelines. And staff is recommending that that be allocated to Quest so they can finish rehabilitating their resource center or day center for the homeless that they are working on at 1502 Southwest I.
So I have some questions.
Okay.
I want to verify, Bernita, if you'd like to come up. I want to verify that the funds are not being used to expand shelter space in accordance with the Kids First Homeless Action Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. The funds would go towards the resource center, which that amount of money has been determined to be about $843,000 allocated to resource center.
Mm-hmm.
So of that 843, the 300,000 would go towards that.
Okay, and is this high barrier?
Yes, sir. This is high barrier as far as on the shelter side. As far as on the resource side, it will be open to anyone who is at risk or may be experiencing homelessness. We already at this time are working this plan. We have a prevention team and an outreach team. Our outreach team services the tent city, and our prevention team, if we could give a few numbers, 2 minutes, less.
Well, since we're allocating that 100,000, I think we can deal with 2 minutes.
All right. My name is Tana Harris, and I oversee the Prevention Committee. And just in Comanche County for 2025, the eviction hearings was 2,406. And as of right now, because the main numbers have not come out yet, we are sitting at 725. This same time last year, just from January to April, the eviction numbers were 683. So we are obviously still pacing high. Quest Might has, for ESG homeless prevention, just this fiscal year, we have helped prevent 159 individuals. 91 of those were households, 68 of those had children. We provided OFA housing vouchers for 193. 80 of those were households, and 112 of those had children. And then rapid rehousing, we helped 10. 7 of those were households, with 3 of those that had children. And then we provided 4 emergency hotel vouchers. 1 of those was for a household with children.
So I would like to say to you that I know there is a big concern about Tent City, but there are way more people who are dealing with the possibility of being homeless or are experiencing homeless, and they have children. And those are the people that we work with. In this resource center, we have 5 rooms that are designated for offices. In those rooms will be our different partner nonprofit agencies. We'll have Social Security, IDs, AA, NA, substance and alcohol abuse counseling, or the ability to send them through Catalyst to whatever places they need to go. Health department, mobile dental, mobile medical. We will have all of that at one location. One of the biggest concerns for nonprofits is we have to get them to all of these different places. But this is in Ward 5. Councilman Hampton went to see it for himself. Everything in this building is brand new. We have done the roof, we have done the plumbing, we have done HVAC. We have done everything got rid of a little asbestos and termites. And if I heard any more things, I was gonna cry. But we did it. This building will be basically brand new, and it will service those who are about to experience homeless or that are experiencing homeless. We are not an enabler, we're an empowerment facility. So it will, in honor of Eleanor Roosevelt, who was a part of building that building, it will be called Roosevelt Empowerment Center. We do not enable. We are not a day center. There will be no loitering. There is high security. Everything is going to be appointments. We do have washers and dryers, so laundry can be done there, showers can be done there, but it will be organized, secure, and safe, because we have families in that building as well, and we want to respect those neighbors who we promised that they would be a part. So that is what I would like to say.
So thank you for what you do. I'm very familiar with your work. I encourage everybody on the council and community, for that matter, to come and visit what you do. You do a great job. I just want you to assure me, because I know you're going to house families. I understand it's temporary, and I'm glad you're doing that. But I want you to assure me you've got safety protocols in place to keep the low barrier from those children.
Yes, sir. We have, and Councilman Hampton saw that. So there is a separate door that those people have to be buzzed into, and then there is a security guard that's stationed there. No, they cannot go past those doors, not even to the washers and dryers. Everything, and then there is another barrier between the offices that are for the resource center and the shelter itself. The entrance for the families is on the other side of the building and has a security guard there as well. 24/7 cameras inside and out. A lot of the money that this will be giving us will be taking care of high-class security systems. If you've ever been in our buildings, especially work-ready, you will see that we are very tech-savvy in security and making sure that we have safe place for the people that we serve. We take that very seriously, and security and safety is top for us.
Thank you. I'm convinced. Mr. Hampton, you have a question?
Yes, I did take a tour through that area. I was concerned. We did have some constituents that live in the area that were asking me questions and were concerned about that. When she talks about the barriers, she talks about doorways that lock, that separate each one of the separate areas. And I was quite impressed with the layout of the building. And if you haven't visited MITE, you might want to, council, you might want to go and take a tour of that also. And you can kind of see, I mean, they had STEM things going on where kids were talking to kids from all over the world on iPads. But this particular area is very secure and laid out extremely well. in my opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Was that a motion to approve?
That was a motion, Mayor.
Is there a second? We have a motion to approve and a second discussion. Does somebody down there want to speak? No? Let's vote. Oh, I didn't hold the public hearing. I take all that back. We're going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. I'm going to give just a few more seconds because of the confusion that I forgot to open the public hearing. So this is your opportunity to come and speak on this item. Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing. Okay, Mr. Hampton, I think we need to redo the motion. Would you-
I'll redo that motion.
Motion to approve, and a second, please vote.
Thank you, Jesus. Okay, bye.
Item 35, hold a public hearing to receive citizen comments and consider approving the consolidated plan for FFY 2026 through 2030 and embedded FFY 2026 annual action plan by adopting a resolution and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the resolution and all other, documents necessary to implement the plan and manage the federal programs. Christie.
Good evening once again. If you've been here for some time, you know that we do this consolidated plan every 5 years. Annual action plans get done every year. The consolidated plan is basically a high-level 5-year plan that decides on how we spend our federal dollars that come through the HUD program, CDBG, and HOME. Every year we do an annual action plan, and that is the strategic plan that basically says how we're going to meet the goals that were established in the consolidated plan for each year that we have funding. We did a community needs assessment. That's one of the requirements for the consolidated plan, and it asked the community, what do you consider are the needs? Based off of those needs, they created goals, so consolidated plan goals. Again, these are high-level goals on when we get annual allocations on where we can target that money. Over the years, you can see that our allocation for this upcoming year is pretty normal compared to the previous years. Again, just as a note, federal uses the beginning number, city uses the last number. So FY26 is this upcoming year, even though in the city world we call it 27, but this is for this upcoming year. So this year, this is how we've broken down the allocations for home and for CDBG. First, we'll start with CDBG. 20% of the grant can be used for administrative funds, so you'll see how we have it divided up there as far as admin cost. Housing assistance, that's the one where we actually provide programs to citizens. If you own and occupy your home and qualify the income limits, we can help you with soffits, fascia, roofs, windows, stuff like that on your homes, and even emergency repairs. Let's say your air conditioner goes out and it's 104 degrees outside and you qualify, we could help you get that repaired. There's also money set aside for public facilities and infrastructure, and then that's where if you're in a qualifying neighborhood, we work with the Public Works Department, Public Utilities, that we can help subsidize some of the funding for those projects if they qualify in a low-income area. We also have 15% of the grant can be used for public service organizations, and then and that's just a flat amount that we take off the top of the grant that we put towards public service organizations, and we will later on we will decide who gets what out of that money. We'll go through an application process. Well, we went through the application process. We'll go through a more stringent grading evaluation process to make sure we are in compliance with the Kids First initiative, and we will allocate specific dollars to specific company or specific organizations at a later date. But this is just in the consolidated plan or the annual action plan designating that money for public service organizations' use. On the home side, we have, again, 10% of the grant can be used for admin, and then we have the programs, the whole home rehabilitation, the first-time homebuyer program, the tenant-based rental assistance, and CHODO, which is a community housing development organization. 15% of the grant has to go towards CHODO allocations every year. So that's how we decided to break up the funds for this current year. I will note that we do have funds remaining from previous years. This isn't just freebie money. This, every action plan for those monies, part of that money was allocated to some kind of program. So before we can spend that money on a big project, we need to go back and figure out how that, just for example, in 18, where that $57,000 was allocated and what didn't get spent out of what project. We can go back and amend those plans and change things and say, okay, all this remaining money, we're going to go to, you know, X project and Y project. It's not impossible. It'll just take some time to go back, decipher where it was originally allocated and where we want to spend it in the future. So even though for 1 year, looks like we don't have a whole lot of money to get, you know, a lot of things done, but in reality, we do, just going to take a little bit of work.
With that, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on the consolidated plan or the annual plan, please come forward at this time.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Hampton.
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a consolidated plan, including the embedded annual action plan, and with a floor amendment to amend project number 6, PSO organizations on page 34 of the annual action plan to revise the project description and read an amount to be divided amongst qualified applicants who meet established performance metrics. I further move to direct staff to develop and apply measurable objective scoring criteria focused on demonstrated reductions in homelessness to rescore all qualified applicants using those criteria, and to return to the City Council with the results of a funding allocation recommendation for council consideration and approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Just quick question.
Yes, sir.
The tenant-based rental assistance, who's eligible for that? How does that work?
That's a good question. I'm not real sure. That's, in the past, that is what we had agreement with the Lawton Housing Authority, and the Lawton Housing Authority ran that program. So I'm familiar with the details of that. We just had a funding agreement with the Lawton Housing Authority, and they managed that program. So, sorry.
Very key to keeping people from going homeless. Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, I realize these plans are every 5 years, that's correct?
The consolidated plan is every 5 years,
Every
yes, sir.
5 years. What are 2 or maybe 3 significant changes that you see in this plan that is before us as opposed to the last 5-year plan?
I wasn't involved in this year's plan. Again, I'm presenting for Mr. Robert Burns. Several years ago, when I was in housing and I was part of a consolidated plan, I would have to say it's fairly similar. I don't really recall anything that's drastic from one I remember several years back. You know, we still have a affordable housing issue, and that's just, you know, that's just one of those things that we continue to work with.
Ms. Williams.
The tenant-based rental assistance, how many times can they get that annually?
Again, I'm not real sure. We rely on the Lawton Housing Authority historically to run and manage that program. I believe they can be on it maybe 2 years, but again, we just do the funding to the Lawton Housing Authority and they manage that, so they would know the specifics and not me. I'm sorry.
Bernita, would you please come to the front? Because I'm not real interested in 2-year tenant-based rental assistance. Bernita, you do TBRA funded through the COC, is that correct?
We do rapid rehousing and prevention with, which is tenant-based rental assistance, basically. And what we do is first and last month's rent, you do have to go through a stringent HUD application for those funds. And when it comes to 2 years, those are the OFA vouchers that she told you about. Those are gone. Those are the 2 years that we can give people. OFA manages that. But $120,000, we probably could help maybe 70 people.
Okay, so how long do you pay it? Because we have in the homeless action plan 1 year.
So
And I was under the impression that your program didn't, I think we want to empower people.
So we pay the first month rent and deposit and utilities. After that, we have work ready, we have programs to get people jobs. Because you cannot pay for 2 years and stretch that money. You have to do, to me, it's $120,000. First month's rent, deposit, and utility deposits for those who qualify through the HUD application.
Okay, I got you. Now, you did hear that we currently don't have a vendor for TBRA, so if you're desirous to look into that, that's up to you.
Okay,
And
so
I don't know how that works, so I'm just bringing it
I
up.
am, but Christine and I'll talk about it.
Okay. Okay, you okay? Okay. Are we voting? Let's vote. I've still got a spreadsheet on my screen. Okay, motion passes 8-0. Thank you, council. You've been at it 2 hours and a half, 2.5 hours. Do you want a 7-minute break? 7-minute break. Council, please return to your seats. Okay, is everybody ready? Item number 36, consider holding a public hearing and consider an ordinance for a request from Lester Seeger in care of Carriage Hills Christian Church for a change of zoning from R3 multifamily dwelling district to PF Public Facilities District zoning classification for a parcel located at 3211 East Gore Boulevard, Lawton, Oklahoma 73501, and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Cameron.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'll try to keep this quick for you. This is a request to change of zoning. Here's the location map provided. This is located off East Gore Boulevard. This is a request that was brought to us because an electronic message center was donated to the church and was requested to be installed at this church. The current zoning is R3 multifamily dwelling district, which does not permit electronic message centers. So a PF zoning would suffice to allow for that electronic message center to be built. This was sent to everyone within 300 feet, which was 26 property owners, on May 29th, and posted on the Lawton Constitution on June 3rd. We received no phone calls for or against this. This did go to the City Planning Commission, and a public hearing was held on May 28th, where the recommendation to approve 8-0 and 1 abstention. Here is the current zoning, showing the surrounding zonings. With the R3 apartment complex to the east, commercial property to the north across Gore Boulevard, apartment to the west, and the residential R1 neighborhood at the very south piece of that property. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. There is representation from the church and Lester Seeger here if you have questions for them.
Mr. Warren?
Which direction does it face? Is it going to face east and west? The
Yes,
message board?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
At this time, I'm open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward.
Sorry.
Seeing none, I'm going to close public hearing. Ms. Demery.
How big is the building?
Come on down, Pastor. Pastor
Was your
Corvette.
question for the
Your
building or the electronic message center?
message center?
Yeah.
What it is, we've got a sign out there now. Sir, step up to the microphone, please.
My name's Terry Marsh. I'm the preacher of the church. Every time someone says, "Where do you preach?" and I tell them where it is, they say, "You're the church with the sign that has all the neat sayings on it." It's about 8 feet tall, about 10 feet wide, and not all that tall, and it's out by Gore. It faces, as far as the sign is north-south, but people see it from east-west. And what's being replaced is basically the same size, same thing, it just has neon lighting. Much like all three of the high schools have, same company will be creating our sign. The company that installed it for the schools will be the same company.
Okay, so
And
this-
as he said, Lester would be glad to answer any questions about that if you'd like to know.
No, I'm sorry, I was confused. I thought it was a building, but this is a sign, just a new updated sign.
That's right.
Okay.
Mr. In code, a electronic message center is basically an electronic moving sign. That's just what code calls it, so that's what we have to call it. But it's just a LED sign, yeah.
It won't keep anybody awake.
I make a motion that we waive the reading of the title,
Read the reading of the ordinance or read the title.
waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only.
Have we closed the public hearing? I'm sorry.
I think I did. Did we have a second?
Yes, second.
We do have a second. Discussion? Please vote. Oh,
Read.
please read the title.
An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from the R3 multifamily dwelling district to PF Public Facilities District zoning classification on the tract of land, which is hereinafter more particularly described in Section 1 hereof, and authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 37, consider holding a public hearing and consider an ordinance for request from Deborah Bell on behalf of Windwall Properties LLC for a change of zoning from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to the R3 Multiple Family District zoning classification for an assisted living home to be located at 801 to 809 Northwest Pershing Drive, Lawton, Oklahoma, 73507, and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Cameron. Cameron. Oh.
Alrighty. This is located between Ash and Pershing, Block 11. This is a request to rezone the property. This has been brought to City Council before. The City Planning Commission held a public hearing back in July 25th, 2024. It was sent forward to City Council with no recommendation. On August 27th, 2024, the City Council voted to send it back to the City Planning Commission for their recommendation. This item was brought back to the City Planning Commission September of 2024, where they recommended approval 6-1 for this change of zoning. The City Council heard the request on October 8th, 2024, where they denied the request to rezoning. Per Lawton City Code, a rezoning of the same classification or higher can't come back within 6 months. So this is the same change requesting to rezone this property from R1 single-family dwelling to R3 multifamily dwelling. This was noticed to 50 property owners within 300 feet on May 29th and was posted in the Lawton Constitution on June 3rd. There was a petition received against the rezoning, which was attached as an exhibit. The City Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on this and voted 9-0 recommending to deny this request. The CPC made the suggestion to the applicant to reapply as a day center. That being said, here's the aerial of that property as existing. The current zoning and surrounding zoning is R1 single family dwelling. The little dotted line is a 300-foot radius that the notices get sent to. The requested rezoning is R3. The proposed site plan shows the existing building and the existing parking facility. And here's a little rendering that I did to show the petition. The dark red are owners within 300 feet that signed the petition. There are light red outside are the owners that signed the petition. The dark blue are renters within 300 feet that signed the petition, and the light blue is renters outside the 300 feet that signed the petition. 67 signatures on there. There was 50 total mailing notices, so only 15 of those owners were within 300 feet, which is 30%. Why that matters is the supermajority rule is not in effect on this. Outside the 300 feet, 12 property owners and 8 renters. One signature was not legible on there. 9 owners were spouses and 3 renters were spouses on the 67 signatures. Be happy to answer any question. The applicant is here with a presentation, if you'd like to have that now or during the public hearing.
So I think we're going to hold the public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on this item, and the first step to speak is, can't read the first name, but it's Bloom. Is Bloom here? Okay, sir. Then the others, if you're wanting to speak on this, please come to the front aisle. Okay, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I want to say thank you, Mayor, Council. Y'all do a wonderful job. I couldn't do it. I'm in the real estate business. I'm a real estate broker. So I live in this area just a few blocks or about 1 or 2 houses out of the 300 feet. But somebody gives me the information that y'all are going to meet on this. And that's a great idea that they have for the old folks, you know, have a nursing home, but not in that area. That area is a small, small area. We got a great neighborhood that we live in. You know, there's not hardly any crime at all in that neighborhood. The streets are small because it's at an angle, as you can see. It's at an angle. A lot of people that live in that neighborhood park on the street. They park their cars. If we had a nursing home there, they would have to be putting out lights. They would have to, you know, probably put up a fence to keep people in and out, or mostly out. As you well know, in the real estate business, a business like that, the property value is going to go way down. We don't like it, but it's going to be. The parking lot, they said that one time when we was down here, we've been down, this is the 3rd time I've been down here in front of y'all. It's not going to hold as many cars. I don't know how they would have the tenants parking or none of that, but you'd have to put up a fence. You'd have to put up bright lights, because at night the lighting would be, if you lived in that, within that 2 or 3 houses, that would be terrible for you if you lived there. So, but I want to say that y'all passed this down. I got it here in the newspaper. It's in 24. Y'all didn't, some of y'all wasn't here. But in 24, you didn't pass it. Last month, we was here, and the Planning Commission, they voted, as the man's already said, that they voted 9-0 to not to have it. So I'm asking you all, please, let's don't have that in our neighborhood. You wouldn't want that in your neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you.
And Chris Neems? All right. Sorry about that.
Yes, I'm Chris Nelms. I live at 804 Pershing, which is, well, I could skip over there. It's right across the street. When I bought my house, it's a great neighborhood. They did have a business there. As a doctor was over there, and an accountant, CPA, but they were gone by 4 or 5 o'clock. They were closed on the weekends. I was okay with that. There wasn't a lot of traffic. If we have a business there that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I'm not keen on that. I don't think I want that. It's going to increase traffic. If it's for the elderly, there's going to be ambulances, there's going to be fire trucks. That's why they're going to be in assisted living. They need help. I think there's a better place for it. I'm not against the idea of having places like that. My question is, the building's in pretty bad condition. I took some pictures of it. We put it with a petition. I don't know if you all got that. But I'm surprised it's not on the D&D list, to be honest. There's something else I wanted to ask. Oh, yeah, I was going to ask you, are they putting a business in there, or they want to rezone it for a business, or are they selling it because it's got a sign that it's out there for sale? So it just made me question, what's the motive here? Are they selling it, or are they doing a business? Okay, that's food for thought.
Okay, thank you for coming. And David Locke.
Hello, thank you very much, council. Again, here we are. In a nutshell, it's just not the right business for the neighborhood. I did the petition with the help of my neighbors, my wife, and every single house I approached, nobody wanted it for the reasons of congestion, traffic, cars, foot traffic. We have enough as it is coming from Ferris to Cash Road on Pershing Boulevard. Constant water breaks in that neighborhood anyway, just more pressure on the utilities in that area, more traffic. A 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week business does not belong in the center of a bedroom community. Every door that faces it is a front door of a house. I don't believe anybody on the council would like to have this right out their front door. I'm saying it's literally 50 feet from my house. And that's just basically the way it is with everything around it, if you brought the chart back up. The second you walk out your door, there it is. I grant you something needs to be done with the property, but if it gets the zoning to an R3, would be just tragic, in my opinion, for the neighborhood. I've only lived there since 2019, but always admired that neighborhood. I grew up in Lawton. It's one of the reasons we bought in that neighborhood. It's quiet, it's calm, and this would just be detrimental to the neighborhood. Nobody, again, I went to every door, north, south, east, and west, well past the 300, and nobody spoke for it. Everybody in the neighborhood does not want that in the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. And the applicant, Deborah Bell. I guess the applicant is Windwall Properties, Deborah Bell, on their behalf. Ms. Bell.
Good afternoon, council.
This will click through your slideshow if you like.
Okay,
Just be that button right there will go to the next slide.
this one,
Be the area. Yes, ma'am.
okay. I'm here for Windwell Properties. We are trying to do an assisted living, which will help the community. The building's been vacant for I don't know how many years. They were complaining about homelessness around the building, but I feel as though if there was some kind of business there, there won't be homelessness hanging around. They're concerned about lights and other property things that's going on with the building. But yes, the building has been vacant for a long period of time. So we're trying to open something to assist people who need help. One day they might need help. I might need help. Not everybody's equipped to go to nursing homes. Some people can still walk. They just might need a little more assistance. Assisted living is not basically saying, oh, they're gonna be in a bed where they're gonna constantly come out and terrorize the neighborhood. 24-hour facility doesn't mean they're gonna be walking all hours of the night. It's just to assist people who needs the help. That's all. And basically, this is part of the I don't know what the presentation is basically put together, just to give you an idea of what we're trying to do and present to the neighborhood. We don't have a problem with them parking in the parking lot. I think that's the reason they're so against the building being open, because they do use the parking lot. We don't have a problem with, we cannot have family members, it's not gonna be 20 family members taking up the whole parking lot the whole time, the whole day. It's just a few people come to visit and leave. It's not saying that, oh, it's gonna be constant in and out, in and out. It's just to enhance, to help the people who needs the help, who doesn't want to go in a nursing home, who's coming from the hospital, who might need a little assistance, who might want to go home and just getting proper need and help and care.
Okay, and our time is up. Thank you for coming, ma'am. And I had one more, and Cecil Cummings. Ma'am, I do have a question for him, and ask in a minute. If you'll just have a seat.
Okay.
Mr. Cummings.
Sorry, I didn't get my name down in time. Caitlin, I was talking to her, she said, don't worry about it. We have been up
Well,
here.
I just want to clarify, because it's a public hearing, it does not require a request to speak form. Everybody filled one out, and that's wonderful. That's why you're allowed. I just wanted to clarify why I was allowing somebody to speak that didn't fill out a form, okay?
I apologize for that.
No, that's fine.
This is our, I don't know, 5th, 6th, 7th time coming up here. I live right across the street. I'm the second house. Their driveway to get out of that parking lot lines identical up with mine. When a car pulls out at night, the lights go through my front door, the lights go through my bedroom. Lights were brought up about in the parking lot. That's going to be shining right in the front of my house. I am one of the ones that do park across the street. The only reason I do is because our road is so small. There's not a whole lot of traffic, but if you park in the street, you know, it's just more congestion in the neighborhoods. I don't have a problem with moving my vehicle, putting it back in front of my house, so it's not that I'm arguing this point because I like to use the parking lot. I just do it just for the convenience of the neighborhood so nobody has trouble. I got grandkids that play on the weekends over there. There's more traffic with this going on. Between the lights, and I got 2 realtor friends, they said the value would probably drop anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000. These times, that's a lot of money. And I know y'all have heard this from everybody. Y'all wouldn't want this in your neighborhood. I don't know what needs to be done, but our neighborhood is a very quiet neighborhood. I've been there for 16 years. You can count 15, 20 cars go down the road a day. Not much excitement in our neighborhood. I'd like to keep it that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, thank you. Ma'am, I have a question for you. Well, I'm going to close the public hearing. Now, the question I have for you, and it's taken off the screen, but it said, providing the best home care. This is a resident facility, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's my question for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor,
Okay.
I got a quick
Yes.
question for this young lady. Ms. Bell? I had one more question, maybe a couple of them. What's your relationship with Winwall? Are you a member of this LLC, or do you just work for them?
I'm just a helper. I'm basically going to be an employee.
Okay. Are there any local members of that LLC? The reason I ask is it just keeps coming back, keeps coming back, keeps coming back. And so I've been trying to find, you know, do they have another facility like this? I haven't been able to find anything. So I was just wondering, are they local or are they from Arkansas or?
No. They from in Maryland, but I've been here for a while, and we was talking, and they asked what kind of facilities were here, and with him talking to different people of the neighborhoods, he came up with an assisted living or daycare for the elderly. So during that time, I guess he did like a graph of how many assisted livings and how many daycare providing for the elderly.
Who is he?
Mr. Stevens.
Is,
David.
Has he ever actually been here?
Yes.
Okay.
I have one. I have a question. Ms.
Okay,
Bell?
do you have a question for this lady?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Bell.
Do you know how many residents you plan to?
15.
15 residents over there, okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to answer Councilman Warren's question. I looked up the company on a Maryland LLC website, and they are registered in Baltimore, and they have a registered agent that's in Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay, I want to clarify. This was recommended for denial unanimous by the Planning Commission.
That is correct, sir.
Council, what is your pleasure with this ordinance?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to speak on this because this is in Ward 2. And I want to say just real quick that, yes, there's definitely a need for assisted living. However, I think that the constituents in this particular ward, my ward, have spoken, and I have to represent them. That's important to me. They even went to the point to sit down and meet with me on their own time to talk about this in more details. And so.
Is that a motion for denial?
That is a motion for denial.
We have a motion for denial. We have a second discussion. Please vote. Motion to deny passes 8-0. Moving us up to 42. Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to stormwater and floodplain management, amending section 24-11107, division 2411, article 24-1, chapter 24 of Lawton City Code 2025 by establishing an equivalent service unit for calculating stormwater maintenance fees, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Michael.
Good evening again, Council and Mayor. We mentioned 2 meetings ago that this would be coming up here shortly. We were talking about the Stormwater Master Plan. Stormwater Master Plan was passed last meeting. So this is one of the ways that we're looking to ultimately fund our stormwater maintenance division a little bit better to be able to maintain and meet our customer or meet our citizen demands. So essentially what this boils down to, and I'll make the slides quick because I know we've been here for a bit today. Hopefully everybody had a chance to look at the slides, but essentially what we're looking at is changing it to an equivalent service unit instead of a flat rate. Currently we charge $3.55 per utility account. That is for our stormwater fees, and we are looking to do it for basically $3.55, but to be charged by ESU instead. ESU would be for commercial and industrial properties, It'd be for every 3,200 square feet of impervious surface that they have, they would be charged 1 ESU. Basically, be more of a fair share instead of a larger commercial establishment that has a lot more property, a lot more runoff that it contributes to our stormwater system. They currently get charged $3.55 right now, same as somebody with a very small house. So we're trying to make this into a more fair share and equitable thing. Ultimately, residential customers should see no change to their costs. It would be all towards commercial and industrial properties. Again, I know this is going a little bit quick. We can go through the slides if you'd like to, or we can just open it up for questions. Up to you guys.
Council?
I don't have a problem making a motion to approve, but I just think it's a good idea to put the onus on the individuals that are actually pushing more water down the streets, which are the larger customers.
So that's waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second? We do have a second. Discussion. Ms. Williams?
What does that mean, unranked?
For
Unranked.
where are we looking at that?
The previous slides with the dollar amounts. It said unranked in one of those columns.
Sorry, the clicker wanted to stop working. So when it goes by unranked, I'm assuming it's going to be based off of the cities, our peer cities. Is that the slide that we're talking about? I'm sorry, oh, no, of course now it decides it wants to work. Okay, so this was our stormwater master plans. These were the capital improvement projects that we had discussed in the last 2 meetings. So 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. So the unranked ones were just basically projects that were not as part of our ranked 20-some capital improvement projects that we had. They are ones that are listed, ones that we know that are needed, but were not ranked as far as from 1 to 25 that we had.
Are you okay? Okay. Mr. Brown?
I just wanted to confirm, I read through the entire thing, and currently it's 355, 365, I believe?
365.
Yeah, 365, yeah. Go back that one, that's a good chart there. That's where my question was. One more, where you show the multifamily unit. Okay?
This one?
So, no house that's an individual house in the city of Lawton will be charged more than 1 unit.
No more than 1 dwelling, if that makes
right.
sense. So if you're having a 60 person or 60 apartment or a 60 unit apartment complex,
yes,
it would depend on how that apartment complex is billed as far as the utility bill is concerned. If each unit is charged, each unit would be charged 1 ESU. If the apartment complex only gets 1 water bill, they would be charged for the entire impervious surface, and it would be up to them how they want to divide that up.
Yep, okay. So again, just confirmation.
Correct.
You own a single-family dwelling and you have 1 water bill, it will not change.
Correct.
Okay? And this is not part of a change, if I remember right, none of this is going to change on 1 July. This rate will increase or will not?
This will not take place until November. It's going to take us some time to actually do all the calculations, but we didn't want to spend, because we're going to have to either take a lot of manpower, internal manpower to do that study, or we're going to have to hire out a contract. We did not want to go spend the money on a contract if council's
No,
was
I
going to be
understand, and that's
disapproval.
probably a good decision. I just want to make sure that we're not going to end up in about 3 months getting phone calls, you raised this rate again, when we've already raised rates, and it may not have raised this one.
You will not get any phone calls from residents. It could be from commercial entities or
Yeah,
industrial.
I think what you're doing and breaking it out is probably a best practice from our peer cities that I've
Yes, sir.
seen. So, no objection. I just want to make sure I can tell all 4,000 households in Ward 3, no, it won't change.
Correct. That is
Thank you.
correct.
Any further discussion? Please vote. Oh, we got to read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to stormwater and floodplain management, amending section 24-1-1-107, division 24-1-1, article 24-1, chapter 24 of Lawton City Code 2025 by establishing an equivalent service unit for calculating stormwater maintenance fees, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Brings up 43, consider approving a resolution amending Article A 22-1, Chapter 822, Appendix A, Schedule of Fees of the City of the Lawton City Code 2025 pertaining to utilities by updating the stormwater maintenance fee to reflect an equivalent service unit method of calculating fees and establishing an effective date. Michael.
This is a companion item to our last item. This is to adjust the fee schedule accordingly.
A motion? Move to approve. Second. Motion to approve and a second. Discussion? Please vote. Motion passes 8-0, bringing up 44. Consider approval of supplemental funding request to WSB in the amount of $205,540 added to the original approved amount of $382,670 for the project management costs associated with the King Road project and Phase 4 of the 107 and 25 Street Rehabilitation Project related to work not contemplated in the original task order. Michael.
Council, this is a public works project, but I was just going to introduce WSB, and I'm sure most of all, everybody knows Chris Serrano and Brent Frank, but just wanted to introduce them real quick, and they'll be speaking on these items.
Okay. Chris.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here today.
Good evening.
We are asking for the additional supplement to our task order, essentially because when we derived the original task order, which was for 105 roadway segments, King Road was not factored into the man hours that would be required to do the design and the construction, engineering inspection, as well as all of the material testing. So we are asking for a supplement in that magnitude to cover those costs and for level of effort beyond what was established originally.
And council, this item did, as Chris stated, reflect a change of scope of the work. So although there was a not to exceed amount in this agreement, the scope changed, and accordingly, you know, of the three requests, I don't object to this one.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve and a second. Discussion. Ms. Williams.
I'm so happy if this get approved. This is in Ward 7.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bring up item 45. Consider approval of supplemental funding request to WSB in the amount of $93,214 added to the original approved amount of $297,109 for the project management costs associated with 38th Street rehabilitation due to delays in construction caused by the contractor. Chris?
Thank you, sir. Again, Mayor, the scope of our work did change during the construction phase and negligibly during the design phase, but primarily through the construction phase where we had originally established 240 days for a contract. Regrettably, the contractor exceeded that by a magnitude of about 5 months, which required additional field services to include construction engineering, inspection services, as well as the before spoken material testing services.
This is the same. Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve in a second. I've got a question. Were there contract, I'm going to call them penalties for the extended time?
Yes, sir, there were.
And what was that amount?
I believe that the total change order reduced the contract a little over $600,000.
So this is not an additional cost to the citizens?
That's right, and there was additional.
Other than the time delay?
I think actually they'll probably make, there'll be more that will gain from the delay.
Okay, other discussions? Please vote. Oh, Ms. Williams.
This is 38th and Lee up to Bishop
Yes, ma'am.
Road.
Correct.
Ward 7 citizens, did y'all hear that?
No, this wouldn't be to Bishop. This would
No,
be
this is the north section from Lee.
Gore to
Oh,
Lee.
this is the Gore one.
Yes, ma'am, the one we just completed.
All right, thank you for the correction.
Okay, we good? Ready to vote? No. No? Question, who? Tiffany? Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Serrano, can you please explain, because I'm not sure I understand. So there were, you were penalized for not meeting the required time of the contract, or there was a contingency for the delay.
We were not penalized. The city does charge liquidated damages in the magnitude of $2,000 per day, every day that a contractor exceeds the contract without a legitimate delay.
Okay, so, but you're asking for $93,000?
Yes, sir.
So where is this money coming from?
I think we need to
Mr.
clarify,
Yeah, I'm
Chris,
not
what you do. You're the engineer and you inspect out there every day to make sure the work gets done right.
That is correct.
Tell me if I'm right. If when the contractor runs over, then you incur additional charges because you have to stay longer and go out there every day and check everything.
That is correct, Mayor. So when we develop the initial work orders, those work orders are based on an hourly based method. So we anticipate phases. So if we go from design, we know kind of what those costs are going to be, what the level of effort is going to be required to develop those plans. When we go to construction, that's typically based on the contract itself. So in this instance, we had really assumed that we were going to have a 240-day contract. So with that, we went out and we said, okay, this is about how much inspection is going to be required for that 240 days, not the additional 5 months on top of the 240 days. I hope that answers, does that answer your question?
So then I guess I have a question. Where would the $93,000 come from? Who's paying for that?
Well, the client would.
So to my question, there was penalties on the contractor for being late that are about 5 times what this is. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Between the delays and the underruns, the total change order is a little over $600,000.
On the runs.
Okay.
The delays on the project totaled 47 days. There were 47 days charged at $2,000 a day. So $94,000 the contractor was charged for finishing late on the project.
So basically, the fees, I think what you just said, where the delay fees equal about what you charge to go out there every day. Kind of makes sense how they set the delay fees now.
Yeah.
So. Does that make sense?
Yes. May I explain this one as a chairman? I'm the chairman of the streets. What basically happened is the contractor that's working on the road did not finish their contract on time, which made them have to go out and inspect more. You follow me? So they're inspecting the work. The contractor took too long, And so in their respective work, and with that said, the city's gonna charge the contractor money because, and they're having to do more work because they were late. And so that's gonna be more money than what they're even asking, because it's $2,000 a day for the contractor.
And so, then I guess my follow-up question would be, who has oversight of the contractor?
We would manage and administer the contractor and the contract. However, we do not direct their operations. They operate, our job is to ensure that they conform to the quality as specified in the plans and they follow the provisions of the contract to make sure that the city gets the finished product that we designed and we intended for you guys to receive.
So you're the expert?
Yes, ma'am.
You're overseeing the contractor?
That is correct.
So you see the contracts?
Yes.
Okay, so if you see something in there that, because you're the expert, maybe 240 days may not be enough. Maybe you should think about extending the contract to maybe 360 days or whatever. Is that something that you
Yes,
do?
we absolutely do. We are constantly monitoring projects that are of the scale that we are looking at to see which contractors are being finished on time and which ones are not. So we don't just throw a random number at a contract. We go through a thorough assessment of what is scoped, what the requirements are, what we expect the contractor to prosecute, and then we apply a date for construction for contract time. We have to be careful not to be too short on time, because if we underestimate, what happens is when the bids come in, the contractors are going to build in that $2,000 into their unit pricing. Therefore, the prices of material become greater inflated. At the same time, if we go too far over on the other side of that spectrum, then the contractor can take their sweet time to get work done because they know they have more than enough time. So it's really a balancing act to try to figure out what that time is.
And you were there from the start of
Yes.
this contract?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so somebody underestimated.
No, I think the contractor's operations were just delayed. You know, it was their means and methods, but which created the delay. Another contractor could have finished that same project on time, if not perhaps sooner. It was the methods by which they decided to prosecute the construction.
So it wasn't weather or anything like that?
Some of it was weather, some of it, that's right.
Weather's factored in.
Weather is
So
factored in.
when you talk about the total contract time, which I don't have the dates and I could get them to you.
Can you,
I'm sorry.
for the people that are on the live stream?
Yeah,
we
I'm
really
sorry,
need them on.
When you talk about the total contract time, so the contract time set around 240 days. So during the course of that project, if you have legitimate delays that occur throughout the course of the project, the contract actually gets an extension on their actual time. So they're not penalized for any legitimate delays such as weather. I mean, if I have extreme weather conditions that would impact the critical path of their operations, they get credited for that time. So they do not get penalized. We had some issues out there with some of the storm sewer system that when the pipes were put together, some of the joints were actually leaking. So we had the contractor, they did repairs on those joints. We backfilled them with some CLSM to try to keep the leaking from occurring, which is why on 38th, at a lot of times, and actually several of the roads, you'll notice as you go across where you've got your inlets on each side and there's a cross drain, you'll see it, whoop, the bumps there. Well, some of that, what's happening is the joints pull apart on those concrete pipes, water starts intruding, it's taking material with it and it sinks that road. So we had them repair some of these joints. So we find things kind of unknown. And so working with the contractor to get those repaired, that was additional work. So we don't charge them time. We credit them time for additional work beyond the original scope. I hope I'm answering the questions. But at the end, they still get days that could be worked. If they fall behind, it's up to the contractor to formulate their schedule and try to get back on time. And part of the question on time, Chris was exactly right. You don't want to be too long, don't want to be too short. We do have pre-bid conferences on these projects where The contractor's given the set of prints, they see the project at that time, they know that we're setting the contract time, let's say at 240 days. They have opportunities at the pre-bid to come in and tell us, say, hey, that's too short. Now, I will tell you a little thing about contractors, they will always tell you the time's too short, always. But we'll take it into account and review it to see if we kind of agree with them or not. We have had a couple contracts where they came in, said, hey, we feel like it's too short. We looked it over. We said, all right, we'll increase it to 280, you know. But we want to keep it fairly tight. We want them to push to get finished on these jobs because a lot of these contracts, within the contract time, if you're too long, they could actually, and I'll use 38th as the example, if you have that contract time too long, like on 38th, then that means they could have come in, closed the road, tore out a segment of road, and disappeared because they got too much time. And so they've headed their crews off to a different project because, I mean, most contractors have several jobs going on all over, so.
So we do
Sorry.
assess that.
I'm sorry, I can ramble a lot, but any questions you have, I'd be more than happy to talk to you.
Please vote. Motion passes 7-1. Brings up item 46, consider approval of a supplemental funding request to WSB in the amount of $156,740, added to the originally approved amount of $150,285 for the project management cost associated with the Lee Boulevard rehabilitation due to delays in construction caused by the contractor. Chris.
So, council member, to your point, this is exactly what we were just mentioning. When we did the original scope of work for the task order, the assumption was that the contract time was going to be less. As we went through the design, we realized that the repairs, the reconstruction aspects of it were going to be a lot more extensive than what we had assumed. So therefore, it increased the challenges for design, the duration, the level of effort for design, and then also by association, the amount of construction time necessary to responsibly complete the project.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve and a second discussion. Yes, Mr. Brown. Okay. Ms. Williams.
Right now, you're on the north side of the 38th or the 52nd.
That's correct.
But possibly when will you get on the south side of it? Some, because people been asking me. That's in Ward 7.
They're,
it's, go ahead.
So they're beginning to pave on that side. So, you know, it should begin to speed up. I mean, the paving doesn't take long, so they've gotten through the worst part or the hardest part, I suppose. You know, I'd anticipate whether, you know, within the next 3 weeks or so, should be able to. We ran into several little issues, a lot of water coming up where the reconstruction begins. You know, we were told, you know, some folks had been out there a long time, that there's a spring, there's a house that sits right up there on top of the hill. It's got a basement. They say it fills up with water, and that they had issues with it when the road was originally built. So we do have a lot of water that was coming in. We had to add some, we had items in the prints, but we had to do some extensive edge drains along the side to try to catch that water, to try to keep it from infiltrating in quite so bad. It ended up, as we were trying to make our tie-in, that the water issue down there was very much a problem, so we had them add extra edge drain going back to the west. So we had to kind of remove the pavement along the curb line there to tie it into a structure. So let's kind of put them back because they were about ready to start paving, but we had to get that taken care of out of concern. Leaving the water under the road's never a good idea. So But with that, I mean, I'm anticipating here within the next 3 weeks, so we should really start moving on to the next side. I'm sure it'll have its
Thank you.
challenges too, though.
Mr. Brown?
So I'm going to assume you do not do CMAR work.
No, sir, we're
Yeah,
not,
you
that's
did
not our
not cut the
expertise.
contracts.
I'm sorry?
You did not cut the contracts for the team building these roads.
The contractor?
You did not issue the contract under CMR.
No, no, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, no, sir.
So your consultancy, which is what you do for our engineers, correct?
That is correct.
And when the initial bid of the contract goes, that's what you bid out.
We don't bid it out.
No, you bid your consulting fee. Do you not provide us a bid? You
No,
have
it's not a
100
bid. No, sir, it's not. It's a professional services.
And we just pay you by an hour.
That is
So you're
correct.
billing us.
Yes, we have a master services agreement that outlines what our rates are per individual job
Okay,
classification.
that's what I wanted
Yep.
to know.
Yes, sir.
Because if I take a look at 45, it's just an indicative that that project is taking twice the amount of time, and then you're having to put in twice the amount of time. So what you're doing is just billing us monthly on your consulting hours. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep, at a cap with some assumptions. I mean, we don't just take it upon ourselves to increase scope and then.
No,
build the city.
I got it, and I'm not criticizing. We're just still trying to understand how we said we'd do 150K, now I owe you another 150K. And did that project double in time?
The effort did, yes.
Yep.
Essentially.
Okay, and so we're gonna expect the same on the south side, right?
No, this is for everything. The south side.
Fascinating, okay. It's absolutely fascinating.
Oh, the eastbound lane only? Yeah, I mean, it's for the full project, sir.
Okay, can't wait to see, because I know you're coming back.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's.
Yeah, when you do the south side there, I know you'll be coming back. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Hooton, do you have your?
Yeah, just a simple question. I think it's a simple question. Why do you have, we have three items here, about $450,000, and you're all pretty much for the same reason, right? Why do you break them out? Or what's the difference?
Do you mean I'm supposed to put them all together?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I think that we had tried to kind of put them all together as a project, but the city had requested that we break it up into individual projects. So we went ahead and developed a task order for each individual project.
Okay, so this is not all on the 38th Street project?
I'm sorry, the previous item
three.
was. The previous item was, yes, sir.
Okay.
That was,
Okay. So what's this last one?
this is for Lee
Lee?
Boulevard.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
Yep, from 52nd to 38th.
Okay,
Yes,
I
sir.
get it.
Totally
Okay,
different
see now.
project.
Okay. Just didn't read deep enough. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So we're being billed monthly, so when it's raining or whatever, are we still being billed?
No, the level of effort drops because if there's no construction going on, there's just really no inspection out there. I mean, there may be a negligible hour for somebody to go out and make sure the traffic control devices are set up properly, the road isn't filling up, it's not ponding, overflowing, but the effort there is not for the full day of construction.
Let's vote. Motion carries 6-2. Bring up item 47. Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to food and food service establishments by amending section 12.1.102 to 12.1.104, 12.1.106, 12.1.108, and 12.1.110, Article 12.1, Chapter 12, Lawton City Code 2025, by updating the definition of food, updating the definition of mobile food service establishment, removing the requirements for temporary mobile food service establishment, specifying when the city is allowed to inspect mobile food service establishments, changing the requirements for a mobile food service establishment to receive a city recognition permit instead of an operational permit, removing the requirement for a mobile food service establishments to enter into agreements with commercial businesses, removing the 3 types of mobile food service establishments, removing all the requirements for background checks and ID badges for mobile food service establishments, by changing the community service director and the Parks and Recreation director to the community enrichment director, by adding the city-owned facilities that mobile food service establishments may not operate at without written permission from the community enrichment director, by removing the requirement for mobile food service establishments to return to their commissary after 12 hours at a location, by adding a specific language for the mobile food service establishment to be operated per state statute and the requirements that the city can enforce, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. You should have had to read that. Charlotte.
I am very, very sorry. There was a lot of changes for this one. Back in the 2025 legislative session at the state level, they created House Bill 1076 called the Food Truck Freedom Act to make it easier for food trucks to operate within the state. So they've taken away a lot of the ability for us to govern and actually issue licenses. So we're allowed to recognize that they're going to operate within the town. And so this ordinance is going to put us in line with that new state statute.
Questions? Can I have a motion? Move to approve with the reading of ordinance and read the title only, and a second. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to food and food establishments by amending sections 12-1-102, 12-1-103, 12-1-104, 12-1-106, 12-1-108, and 12-1-110, Article 12-1, Chapter 12, Lawton City Code 2025, by updating the definition of food, by updating the definition of a mobile food service establishment, by removing the requirements for a temporary mobile food service establishment, by specifying when the city is allowed to inspect food service establishments, changing the requirements for mobile food service establishments to receive a recognition permit from the city instead of an operational permit, by removing the requirement for mobile food service establishments to enter into agreements with commercial businesses, by removing the 3 types of mobile food service establishments, by removing all of the requirements for background checks and ID badges for mobile food services establishments, by changing the community services director and Parks and Recreation director to the community enrichment director, by adding the city-owned facilities that mobile food service establishments shall not operate without written permission from the community enrichment director, by removing the requirement for mobile food service establishments shall return to their commissary after 12 hours at a location, by adding specific language for the mobile food service establishments to be operating per state statute and the requirements that the city can enforce, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. There obviously is a food truck lobby in Oklahoma City. Who'd have thought? Motion carries 8-0, bringing up item 48. Consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2025, pertaining to Chapter 12, Food Service, by amending Article A12-1 and establishing an effective date. Charlotte.
So this is the companion item to the ordinance that you just approved. This is changing the annual recognition permit, which is what it'll be now, to $57.50, and the CPOP permit, which allows for the food trucks to operate on city-owned property, from $13.20 to $20, because it does help cover costs a little bit with this new state statute, we're only allowed to charge our costs. This did go to the fee committee on Friday, and it was recommended approval with some direction for us to take a look at that 5750 and make sure that that is covering costs. We just wanted to get this in there now so that we can get it out and make sure that we're following state statute.
Have a motion for approval? We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bring up 49. Consider approving an ordinance creating Division 252 and Section 252501 through 252508 and Article 25, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2025, relating to the stewardship of ratepayer-funded public resources by establishing monetary compensation and full cost recovery as a standard for agreements with external entities involving covered resources, establishing limited exceptions, requiring express findings by the City Council prior to approval of certain agreements, providing for codification, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Who's the speaker? Randy? Is this what we dealt with in the Water Authority?
Yeah, well, what really started this was I started realizing how many different agreements we have across different departments with different entities. And a lot of times we trade, we'll do this for you if you do this for us. And it just gets really hard to quantify that after the agreement's been in place for 4 or 5 years. Things change in value, and you know, maybe if it's property, it becomes much more valuable than it was back when that agreement was first, you know, originally made. So I think it would be just better if whenever we do any kind of dealings with any other public entity or really any entity for that matter, that it be monetary. And just have a dollar amount attached to it rather than, you know, you let us use your building and we'll let you have free water or whatever. We don't do that, but I just think it's better for us to be able to quantify an amount of money. That way, when it's time to change it because of cost of living or whatever, it's easier to do that because you have real dollars attached rather than a piece of property or an idea or just an agreement.
The title only?
That is a motion for approval, and read the title only, and yes, sir.
Mayor, I would just add that I've uncovered several of these agreements over the years where we've given away free water or free sewer in exchange for different things. And many of these agreements were signed a long time ago, and they're just, the bottom line is they're just not a good deal. They've burdened our utility system, they've caused problems. We haven't been able to maintain lines because of it. So I just wanted to publicly state I'm very supportive of this idea, and we just, you know, for whatever reason have signed up for too many of these things in the past.
Okay, I did have a second on that, right? Who made the second? Okay. Now, I have one concern, and that is, in the past 30 days, I've been made aware of one agreement with an outside source that hadn't been looked at in 20 years or something. Is it possible to make amendment, or we need to bring something else back to make it a requirement that these agreements be monitored annually?
Mayor, I think I know which agreement you're referring to, and in that agreement, it states that the agreement will be looked at annually.
Well, we've missed it for a lot of years. What do we need to do to make sure that we do that, so we don't get these 20, and that might have been 30 years actually, so that we don't get these long-term situations that end up costing our citizens money.
I think we can have somebody in public utilities put something together so we can have a tracking chart where we can monitor this a little bit better.
Okay, when are you bringing something back to council on that?
Just a thought, could we, and I don't know, because I really don't understand it that much, but could we codify this or whatever inside the rate schedule? That way, whenever we look at the rate schedule, we automatically look at that?
I think that's part of what you bring back. Yes, sir. All our processes, Councilman wants to weigh in.
You're on it, even though it's late. What I was going to say is pass the ordinance, which gives the authority, and the Performance Excellence Committee will take that on to build structure around that and some kind of process to get that back to you.
Sounds like you've got a deal. Let's vote.
I'm sure the city manager just loves me.
Oh, we got to read the ordinance.
An ordinance creating Division 2-5-2 and Sections 2-5-2-501 through 2-5-2-508 and Article 2-5, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2025, relating to the stewardship of ratepayer-funded public resources, establishing monetary compensation and full cost recovery as the standard for covered resources provided to external entities, requiring findings by the City Council prior to approval of certain exceptions, providing for codification, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Can I have a motion to go to executive session? A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Putin. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
I'm getting there. We're almost done here.
watch this fellow right here. That Matt, he's trouble now. be, we'll work on it.
Okay, I need a motion to return.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Then motion and a second to return. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Warren.
Quorum is established. Item number 50, Jerry.
Pursuant to Section 307B.2, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss negotiations for a collective bargaining agreement, CBA, for FY 2026-2027 between the International Union of Police Associations, IUPA Local 24, and the City of Lawton, including consideration of a possible resolution extending all or portions of the current CBA, a possible MOU concerning health insurance. Mr. Mayor, I believe there may be a motion.
Do we have a motion?
I move to approve a resolution extending all provisions of the fiscal year 2025-2026 collective bargaining agreement between the City of Lawton and the International Union of Police Associations, Local 24, from July 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026, or until such time as the parties reach a successor fiscal year 2026-2027 collective bargaining agreement, whichever occurs first, with the express exception of Article 9, insurance. Further, I move to authorize staff to execute a memorandum of understanding with the International Union of Police Associations, Local 24, permitting bargaining unit members to participate in the city's amended health insurance plan effective July 1st, 2026, under the same terms and conditions applicable to other eligible city employees, pending resolution of health insurance provisions through the collective bargaining process.
Is there a second? We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Warren.
Motion carries, bringing up item 51. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss a pending claim against the city filed by Stuart Johnson involving property damage in a utility easement. Mr. Mayor, there's no action to be taken.
Can I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, wait a minute. We didn't have anybody for audience participation. So I got a motion to adjourn in a second. I heard them. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Warren.
We stand adjourned.